And we are here actually to try to convince policymakers, international delegates, that they should start protecting forests right away without expecting any compensation for it, because it's already the mandate of the convention. And everybody has a role in protecting forests, developed countries and developing countries, so they have the mandate to do that right away, and they shouldn't be lingering around with negotiations about money. They should start right away because they have the mandate.
What is the concern with the money? Why are they trying to tie it to money?
Developing countries are, well, there is something called the carbon trading, right? We are supposed to give the opportunity to polluters to keep polluting. So for that, the polluters want to pay a small fee for forest conservation, for instance, to developing countries, and so they can still continue polluting, continue emitting CO2 in this case, and increasing the problems of greenhouse gases.
Do you have a lot of deforestation in your forests?
Yes, oh, definitely we do. My organization is a global organization. We work with people in Indonesia, in Malaysia, India, South Africa. But where I come from is Paraguay. It's a country that in the 1950s had some 9 million hectares of forest, really comparable to the Amazon forest, and if you want a comparison, or comparable to the Congo forest. Now we have about 700,000 hectares of that in small patches. So the problem is really, really bad. Most of that have been burnt for cattle pastures first, and now at the moment to grow soybeans, mainly to grow soybeans. The soybeans are used for animal feed abroad because we don't give that very terrible food to our animals. We feed them good grass, so that's why the meat over there is so good. But in any case, the pigs and the chicken of Europe and China have to eat something, and that's soybeans from that part of the world. What people don't really know is that they've been grown in lands that were occupied by forests in the past, really rich forest habitats for jaguars, tapirs, harpy eagles, and indigenous peoples. The forests in Paraguay and southern Brazil, northern Argentina, had at least 50 different indigenous nations living in them, and all the deforestation also meant the ethnic cleansing of those areas. So at the moment, the indigenous population there is minimal. I would guess that it doesn't surpass the 100,000 people in all those forests, and we're talking an area the size of, let's say, half of Western Europe.
So are you trying to say to me that that they actually believe that the places which had forests on the soil there is fertile?
Yeah, it's very fertile, and that's why they produce these agricultural crops, mainly soybeans in this case, also some sugarcane and of course the rotation soybeans, wheat rotation soybeans, corn. That's a business.
In the area that used to have forest?
Yes. Yeah, that's in some soils. You have some types of soils that are very, let's say, strong. They can be fertile for a number of years after the forest is cleared, and those are the ones in eastern Paraguay, southern Brazil, southwest Brazil, northern Argentina, in Misiones province. They are soils that are very deep, and they resist a lot, although they shouldn't be treated the way they are treated. But what you just mentioned about other forests that do not grow in this area, that are the same type of forest, and they occur in Paraguay as well. They are on sandy soils, and the forest is the one that provides for its own nutrition. the forest and the processes amongst the interactions between the forest and the abiotic of the let's say the land, they produce the fertility to sustain all that life. Once you retrieve that, then once you burn it, basically, the soils become completely impoverished in 1 or 2 years after that. And then you have to start adding all kinds of fertilizers, and the only thing you're left with is probably the temperature and the rainfall. But still, the business speculators, they think they can make money out of everything, and they have a right to make money out of everything. So they go and clear those forests that took thousands of years in achieving their climax. Well, governments actually lately, this last decade, have been promoting logging. Yes, they have legislation that legitimizes logging and clear cutting also. And they say, well, you cannot expect people to do without the resources produced in forests. So in a sense, they are much more interested in the revenues from exploiting forests than in conserving forests, because of the values of having forests, which are not only aesthetic values, but are very important for the stability of the climate in the world, for the stability and to create the conditions for life in the planet. All the water cycle, most of the freshwater cycle, is linked to the functionality of forests. You cannot just go and plant trees and pretend that those are forests. Hence, you cannot just go and cut them and pretend that nothing will happen. You'll see, and we are seeing desertification processes all over the world, and that's mainly because the functionality of the forests have been eliminated by cutting the forest or by replacing them by tree plantations that can never be compared with a forest. The composition of a plantation is basically just one species taking huge swathes of land, and the composition of a natural forest is very different. The trees are, let's say, 1% of the whole composition. You got all kinds of different little animals creeping all over the place in the soil, the epiphytes, other plants, the shrubs, the undergrowth. That is life, and that is what's creating fertility. That's what filtering the water, that's maintaining the water so we don't have droughts or longer drought periods. So all of that is gone when you destroy a forest, and none of that is back when you just plant trees.
It's a convenient lie.
Yeah, we think carbon markets are a way through which rich entities and rich countries can continue emitting carbon dioxide. So the lie is that by paying someone to conserve forests, that will make any difference in the situation of the greenhouse balance in the atmosphere. For every hectare of forest you save, you are definitely doing something positive for the environment. But for every ton of carbon you emit, you're definitely causing harm. So those things shouldn't be linked together. Forests, as I said at the beginning, should be conserved because the Climate Change Convention already obliges countries to protect forests. They refer to the forests as sinks. Okay, they can call it that way, but they should protect them. And if you just pay money on top and continue emitting, you're not really tackling the problem, which is the emissions of greenhouse gases, namely CO2, carbon dioxide. So that's the main problem. So it's a very convenient lie because they are boasting, oh, we're gonna save the forest with this, and we're gonna get money for keeping our forests. But what they don't tell you is that they will continue emitting, and that the effects of those emissions are taking the whole planet to a very, very dangerous situation. We are reaching what the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change called dangerous climate situations. And we've been living in that danger for already quite a while now. If you look at any newscast, they'll tell you nearly every day of climatic catastrophes around the world, hurricanes in Central America, southern U.S., landslides in Peru due to unexpected rain, off-season rain, much stronger typhoons in the Pacific and in the Indian Ocean. All of that is nothing but the consequences of climate change. And the main reason for that climate change are the carbon dioxide emissions of industrialized nations and industrializing nations. So for that reason, already common sense told these people to negotiate a convention that says, okay, let's go out there and conserve our forests. So we don't need any more trading or any more horse trading. We should just go and fulfill the mandates of the convention.
In other words, we should save the forest and stop the
Oh,
emissions.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I think there's never been more confusion in this modern life than ever before about what to eat. We have such an oversupply of food, but yet again so much confusion about this diet and that diet and all these fad diets going around, in all the scientific information coming out. And for me, there's only three dietary guidelines that we should adhere to, the three most important guidelines that we should apply in our everyday eating. And the first one is to eat God-made, not man-made. So food in its most original, unprocessed form is good for us. And to explain that in another way, to elaborate a little bit about that, I think also the main thing is we don't realize that food should be our medicine. So the importance of food and the role it's playing. What is this God-made opposed to man-made, and how will it affect us? I have an analogy that I explain it, but maybe to step back and just ask ourselves, why do we eat food in the first place? And I think that one of the main reasons is comfort. It's social. Every social event we eat. It's a habit. It's 1 o'clock, I must eat. But the main reason, if we think about it, is for energy. Food is there to sustain us. So we eat for energy. And if I feel low in energy, low in spirit, I crave that something. And typically somebody would eat a chocolate. Now what happens is that chocolate, the sugar in the chocolate is converted down to glucose. And that is turned in our system into energy. Now there's millions and billions of cells in our body. And in every cell, all these chemical reactions is taking place to convert sucrose to glucose to energy. It's not a chocolate coming out the other way. So it's phenomenal what this body can do. There's more than 7 trillion chemical reactions that take place in our body every second. It's phenomenal if we think we like this huge factory, and all these, the most clever computer is our human system. Now every single one of these chemical reactions taking place need a specific enzyme to catalyze those reactions, to make the reaction happen. The enzymes, again, need specific vitamins and minerals, otherwise they can't do their job. Now enzymes we inactivate at 48 centigrades. So anything that I've processed that's gone through a heat treatment won't have any live enzymes in them. Another analogy is we can look at a fire. A fire needs air. It needs the oxygen to burn. And then the glucose, that's our carbohydrate. That's the energy source. That's the firewood to build that fire. So I have a nice stacked fire. And I have enough oxygen around that fire. But what do I need to get that fire to burn? That would be a match to light and strike that fire. That is the enzymes, vitamins, and minerals to spark those reactions into reality. Now, we can also look at the carbohydrates, the proteins, the fats, but the carbohydrates as the petrol for your car. Okay, so our car needs petrol to perform, and it's an energy source, but it also needs oil. That's the enzymes, vitamins, and minerals. The micronutrients is the oil to keep that engine functioning. Now, if I eat my chocolate, the sugar is converted to glucose, and this is turned into energy, and it sparks more than 7 trillion chemical reactions per second, each needing an enzyme, vitamin, and mineral. Then we have to ask ourselves, these enzymes, vitamins, and minerals, are they in the chocolate? I'm talking about a normal chocolate bar. Would there be any live enzymes? If we think that enzymes are destroyed at 48 centigrades, there would not be any live. And there's hardly any vitamins and minerals in that slab or that bar of chocolate. Now, if it's not in the chocolate, where will my body get these nutrients to help my body to convert the sucrose to glucose to energy? Because I'm not eating an apple with the chocolate, supplying it. It will take it from other places in my system. Our skin is the largest organ, not the most active, so we won't steal from our heart or our liver, but we'll first take nutrients from the skin. And that's our first sign of aging. We start to get wrinkles. And then we'll start to take nutrients from our bones. And as we age, nutrient density, bone density decrease and osteoporosis, and we get all these bone fractures and problems. And then just where there is a fire, there's always smoke. So we have a lot of metabolic waste. So there's free radicals and a lot of waste that is generated by these processes happening in the system. And this imbalance we create on a cellular level is all the degenerative diseases we struggle with today. It's diabetes, cancer, osteoporosis, chronic fatigue. Because if I have a sick cell depleted of the essential enzymes, vitamins and minerals, and a toxic buildup, and it's not getting the air and the water and the fuel source, that cell's going to be sick. And if I have a sick cell, I have a sick organ, a sick system, and a sick body in the end of the day. So we have to look what we put into our body. Anything that you put in your mouth, you must ask yourself, am I now giving to my system, or am I actually taking away? We think of that chocolate as extra kilo on the hip. We don't see it as something that's actually depleting the system of nutrients. Now, if we think of sugar cane, it's a live plant growing there with all the enzymes, vitamins, minerals, the fiber. Everything is in that plant that's needed to convert the sugar, the sucrose, to glucose, to energy. But what do? It's that white sugar stripped away and isolated, refined and isolated and stripped away of all these important nutrients. So if we think that's the bulk of what we eat is carbohydrates, but it's this processed carbohydrates. It's also in our grains, in the hull or the husk, the outside layers of the grain, where we have the most nutritional value. And with all the processing and refining, we lose all those nutrients. It's white rice, it's white pasta, it's pizza in the morning, pizza for lunch or supper. It's white bread. It fills our tummy, it gives us some energy, but it doesn't have these important nutrients. If you have a lovely red Ferrari, and I tell most of my clients, you're a beautiful red Ferrari, you would value that car. And you'll make sure you put the best grade petrol in there, the best but also oil. What's going to happen to that car if you don't put oil into the engine? It's going to seize sooner or later. But we do that on a daily basis to our own system. I'm going to just mention the rest of the list of factors that has a negative impact on our system. If we look at smoke, nicotine is a stimulant, so it stimulates reactions, but it's not supplying nutrients to support that stimulation. It will deplete a lot of zinc, it will increase heavy metal cadmium, and it will also deplete lots of vitamin C from the system. So it's not only tar on the lungs, but I create a lot of imbalances in my system. If we look at alcohol, in red wine, there's a high sugar content. The sugar needs to be metabolized and broken down. The alcohol needs to be metabolized. It stimulates a lot of reactions. It's put a lot of stress, the phenols, on my detoxification channels. And it needs nutrients. It will need enzymes, vitamins, and minerals to support those, which is not supplied by the alcohol, by the wine, or the beer that I drink. So I deplete nutrients from my system. And the same with caffeine. That cup of coffee that I drink in the morning to kickstart my engine gives energy, it gives that boost, but it's not supplying the nutrients to sustain and maintain. Also, the problem with alcohol and caffeine, it dehydrates the system. It has a diuretic effect, and that will even furthermore wash nutrients out of my system. And then if we look at additives, all the colorants and flavorants and preservatives that's added to food, all these synthetic chemicals. My body is so uniquely designed. If you think of 7 trillion chemical reactions that can transform a chocolate to energy. But now I put this strange, funny, synthetic molecule or chemical inside my body. Your cells don't know what to do with that. So it stores it in the fat cells, and there they build up and they accumulate. Many of these chemicals are carcinogenic. They will cause cancer in the long run. They build up in our system, and they put a lot of stress on the liver to try to break that down and to detox it, taking more nutrients from our system. And something like tartrazine will bind to zinc, so it depletes more nutrients. And then if we look at medication, because many people don't relate illness to food. If we're ill, we go to the doctor and we get a drug to treat us. But medication will treat a specific symptom. If I have a headache, I will drink a pain pill. But I don't have a headache because I've got an aspirin deficiency. It will simply block a pain reaction, or it will stimulate another reaction. But it's not addressing the real cause of why I have a headache. It's most probably because I dehydrated, magnesium deficient, or toxic blood circulating through my head. And then just another factor. Last but not least is stress we're exposed to in our daily life. We don't every day run away from a lion and breathe fast and your heart beats fast, but it becomes like a chronic internal stress, just our everyday lifestyle. It's like driving that red Ferrari at high revs. So you'll burn more petrol, more oil, and more exhaust fumes. That whole acceleration of the aging process. It's important to handle stress, body, mind, and spirit. So not only to eat good food, but emotionally and spiritually balance my life and look at a healthy life. And then eating God-made, God-given food in its most unspoiled form. That's my fruits and vegetables, supplying the enzymes, vitamins, and minerals. We're supposed to eat 5 to 9 different fruits and vegetables per day, just to supply the enzymes, vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, the oil for my car, to keep my car going. Usually I limit it to 2 fruit a day. It's easy to eat 7 bananas and fruit salad, but it's a kale, broccoli, spinach, Brussels sprouts, celery that we don't eat on a daily basis, which is nutrient dense. So it's important to focus and realize this is the oil for my car to keep my engine going. I think today the big problem is we don't get the right nutrients into our diet. We don't eat the fruits and vegetables, we suppose, in the quantities we suppose. And even if we do, they're devoid of nutrients. Some of the oranges has 0% vitamin C in them because they hybridize, they're seedless, they're picked when they're grass green, the soil is depleted, and they're shipped around the world twice before they land on our plate. But we're not eating the food we suppose, they're devoid of nutrients, plus we do all these negative factors that's further depleting nutrients from our system. So we have a double negative. We're not getting the nutrients, we have these habits that's depleting more nutrients from our system, plus we bombard our body with toxins and drugs that's foreign to our system that our body can't work and can't cope with. So this will just give us that whole perspective on why it's so important to eat food in its most unspoiled form, nutrient-dense. And just think of your red Ferrari. You'll put the best grade of petrol, okay, like the manufacturer of that car has intended, and oil to get the best performance out of that car. And we must respect ourselves and do the same. That's the first aspect of balanced nutrition. On the second one, I'll just focus on balance and proportions, and I think that is where the big debate lies, is what is the proportions and what should we eat? To me, it is to balance 20% of our diet. If this is our plate of food, 20% of that should be our complex carbohydrate. Complex carbohydrates is our sweet potato, butternut, our starchy veg, our whole grains, brown rice. And then 20% should be our protein. That can be animal and vegetable source of protein, our free-range eggs and pulses, our beans. And then 10% must be fats and oils. But 50% on our plate should be our salad vegetables. And every meal should be balanced like this. There's a lot of variation to this theme, but for me the realization came that this is how our body composition looked like. We are made of 60% water. 60 to 70% of our body composition is water. And this is our water phase. There's no water in protein, fats and oils. And then also this is very micronutrient dense, so we need all those micronutrients to sustain, like I've explained, our system. So the bulk of our diet, this is supplying the fiber, the water and the micronutrients. Our body composition is 20% protein, so it makes sense proportionally that that's the amount of protein we should get from our diet. And we shouldn't be more than 10-12% fat. That's an ideal body composition. So it makes sense that proportionally that should be our fat intake. Just also to note that complex carbs, proteins and fats are all acid forming, whereas our salad and vegetables is alkaline. And it's therefore very important to balance the acidity and alkalinity in our diet. One would typically think just for breakfast in the morning, one can start with a lovely frittata with loads of salad, of vegetables in that frittata with free-range eggs, or an omelette with a lovely vegetable filling, or a smoothie made with fermented kefir milk and coconut and seeds and nuts in there, and berries and a banana and dates. So to have a variety in every meal. And then there's a big question and the argument about raw and cooked. I believe in balance. I don't believe in any dietary extremes. So 50% of our diet should be raw, where 50% of our diet should be cooked. When we expose food to heat, we destroy our enzymes and most of our vitamins. But many of our minerals are better absorbed from cooked food, like lycopene in tomatoes and carotene in carrots. So today I'll have it cooked in a stew or a soup, and tomorrow I'll have it raw in a salad. So the first point is God made these versus man-made, and then the importance of having balanced proportions and variety in our diet. And last but not least is our water intake. Most of people are just chronically dehydrated. It doesn't mean coffee and alcohol or sodas. We need to have a good purified form of water. We need 300 milliliters of water per 10 kilogram of body weight. So it depends on body weight how much water you'll drink. An average person of 60 kilogram will drink around 8 glasses of water to sustain and properly hydrate the system. Thank you.
This case started with civil society. In other words, we dealt with an informant in this case. This case would most probably never have been if it wasn't for that individual that provided that first information of the crime. Now, that individual also provided the information on 3 prior cases, but he provided the information to the wrong people. The 14 officials that were corrupted within the case. And the information went to the officials, back to Arnold Benches and his crew. Now you know, we received that information and we've made it a success story. But we couldn't have done that on our own. J.D. Kotzer is here. He was the head investigator of the Scorpions at the time. Brilliant, excellent investigative skills and capacity. They took the case to the next level. The Asset Forfeiture Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Department of Justice in South Africa, the US attorneys, Marcus Asnan, the first prosecutor prosecuting this case. He's present in this room. An honor and a privilege to have all the role players here today. He's here today. He played a crucial role. What I'm trying to illustrate is, it cannot be one person's work. One person, in 1990, I started in this work. Then you could work alone on the coast, everywhere. You could work alone then, not now. Fisheries crime is organized crime. Now, there's the US attorneys, the US customs. We went over. You couldn't believe it. We worked with NOAA in 2001. We're busy with a second case similar to Hot Bay. We cannot talk about it because the case is current. But the level of cooperation, unheard of. Both customs, I mean, you pick up a phone. There's no MLAT in place. We're still busy. It's taking us almost 2 years to get the MLAT, the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty in place. But I pick up a phone, and believe you me, within a few hours from the US, the United States, we'll get a document, and we can start working on it. And that's a type of cooperation, and those are the agencies that cooperated to make this case a success. I've briefly touched on the successes. If you look at the case started, when we got that first information of the crime, there was Patagonian toothfish, South Coast rock lobster, West Coast rock lobster tails within the container. A second container was intercepted in the US. South Africa had a plea agreement with the accused here in South Africa, only, not for the entire period of destruction or mass illegal harvesting, but only for a 2-year period. And that is one of the lessons that we can learn from this case, is don't go back where they started their illicit activities. You start the last 2 years. We're busy now, I touched on a case, we're busy with a case where we went right back, you know. And yes, it's good to do that as well, to illustrate the extent of the damage done. But we only did went back in this case for 2 years, and the outcome in South Africa was fines and forfeiture in excess of 44 million South African rand. It still remains the biggest case ever. But the US did an excellent job, and they put the main culprit in prison. If I may mention his name, Arnold Benzis. And you know, I always tell the new or the younger FCOs, fishery control officers, I always say, I saw Dennis Fredericks was here yesterday. I don't know if he's here today, but the two of us, and Dennis was our legal man at the time, and the two of us confronted Arnold Benzis. Now, he corrupted 14 officials in this case, and on this specific day, I stood in front of him. I can't recall what I said, but I can't recall the words that I said, but I think it must have been something like, this is it. This is your takedown. And it must have been something to that effect. But the success story about this, I've got 2 pictures in here. One of the photographs was taken in 2001. That is when Houtaway Fishing was surveilled by us, the department, trying to build a case at the time. And just below that, we've got a photograph just below that with the South African coat of arms on the same building. This needs to be our story. Our story where we converted a crime scene into a government building. And every time when I walk into that building, I get almost emotional, and my colleagues don't understand. But there's a lot of history behind this building, and ironically, this is also the building. Today there's a Pakisa meeting. Now, Pakisa means hurry up. And the Pakisa project, Initiative 5, Marine Protection Service and Governance, it's a new project, if I can put it like that, an initiative by government driven by the President of South Africa. We instructed government, you will work as one unit, fighting maritime crime, fisheries crime, and unlocking the economic potential of the ocean. Now that's the Houtaway Fishing case. What was also good, not illustrating the excellent operations, but what was also good was the South Coast rock lobster at the time was in threat, was under tremendous pressure because of this company overfishing. When we took them up, I believe still till today, that resource has turned around and has displayed a positive growth. And that is what we need to do, not only to abalone, rock lobster, but all the other resources as well. Within South Africa, there are multiple cases. Today, there are 3 cases within the High Court. Also another process of unheard of work, where there are 3 cases currently running within the High Court in South Africa. They are abalone cases, but they syndicate-related organized crime cases where I cannot talk on it, they're current, but from the attorneys who represented the suspects or the accused in some of the cases, even them are charged, or at least one is charged in this case. And we've got numerous successes, foreign vessels, foreign fishing vessels, we're closing illegal fish processing establishments, and at times seize in excess of 100 tons of abalone per annum. That's not good enough. And never have we ever, until 2006, addressed, although we've tried, but we just couldn't break through to the illegal consignment. And in 2006, we had this specific case, also with the joint partners. We searched the cold storage, a stone throw from where we're gathering today, and we seized a number of abalone in this premises. We did a forensic investigation and we found, and a very fast one, because you cannot take months, you know, in an evening. And we found consignments 3, 4, 5 and 6 en route to Malaysia and Singapore and destined for Hong Kong. We returned all of them successfully, and this is one of the marked cases where we developed the process of getting those illegal consignments back to South Africa. You cannot turn that piece of the Cape Town Bridge. We were so excited that vessel came in Durban. We waited for that vessel to come in Durban because we were cautious of the syndicate members getting hold of the containers. But you cannot turn a ship like that around, a multi-million-dollar ship. But we've developed the method of getting the containers. But the value of it was 11 million rand South African value. If that had to be sold, it would have been sold for 66 million, between 66 and 100 million in the Far East. Same. We've consignment 7 and 8. A premises here in Table View was searched, also a legal abalone processing establishment. And we found abalone to the value of 5 million rand at this premises. And we did the same. We went through the documentation. We went through all. If there's a name, if there's a IP address or anything, we would go through, and we found these containers en route. It didn't reach its destination in Hong Kong, but we got it back, and the previous one that I mentioned was exported illegally as pilchards. Now, if somebody exports pilchards, it would have been fine at the time because you didn't need an export permit for the pilchards at the time. We've closed that gap that you need a permit for any fish. But it was exported as pilchard. These consignments were exported as polypropylene pellets. And I'm not going to repeat the figures, you can actually see it up there. But there were a total of 18 of those bales, each bale weighing 1 ton, containing, so it was about 18, 19 tons of polypropylene pellets. Now you can imagine a normal FCO fishery control officer. How is he to inspect that container? If you do inspect it, you need a forklift to unpack it. If you unpack it, polypropylene pellets flows like water if you open that bag. You search, you find nothing. Only 8 of those bags had the abalone in. So it just shows you the extent that they actually go to. I'm only touching on a few cases, and this is also one of significance, is also through the information network. We've learned that the AFCD, the Agriculture and Fisheries Department of and Conservation Department of the Administrative Region in Hong Kong, seized the container, and that's all we had. And we picked up the phone. Marcus Bergner put us in contact with Charles Kuhn of the AFCD. And we got his phone number and we phoned him, and he said, no, it's not him, it's at the Maritime and Customs Command. And we phoned and we never stopped. And we told them, listen here, do you have a container? Yes, we do. And but that container is illegal. It's people have been deprived of a livelihood, and we told them the truth. And they started cooperating with us. And through the information that we received from Hong Kong, we found that the same syndicate sent another container through. We intercepted that container and returned it successfully. What was interesting in this case, and I must mention it, is that we valued that abalone at about just over 2 million. No, excuse me, about 7 million South African rand. The Hong Kong authorities, they had an independent auditor, they valued the same container, which we returned successfully to South Africa at over 27 million South African rand. At that time, the Hong Kong dollar was almost similar to the South African rand. And the accused, they were going to fight this case. And we arrived at this court here, the Chu Sen magistrates court in Hong Kong. And we thought, you know, you always hear of an official committed suicide flying out of a building in Hong Kong. And we thought of something like that, and we thought, no, we need to take state security, we need to take the police with it. And at the end, we were only 2 officials, and we went to fight that case, and we got a conviction. And yes, I think it was 2 weeks later, that same group that you're seeing there of the Ports and Maritime Command, they had a massive success of ivory and rhino horn imported illegally into Hong Kong. Somebody mentioned yesterday we need to extend the cooperation. Where is Hong Kong? Where's mainland China? Where's Taiwan? Anybody here? Anybody from the Far East? That's one of our challenges. A last case, same thing, same principles. Consignment exported premises identified in South Africa. 3 suspects arrested. Container on its way to Singapore. We applied the same principles, got it back. Malaysia, excellent cooperation at first, but we've lost that container. With regards to the foreign fishing fleet, there are some major cases underway. We cannot speak about them. They're current. But through the years, we've been working tirelessly. People have worked, has put in a tremendous amount of work. People like Dino Govender. I cannot mention all of them, but everybody that worked on this case, everybody, we are grateful to everybody that participated and brought these cases to the extent where they are. They're not finalized, they're still ongoing. But the success here is that 7 of those vessels, the Bahari Nusantara's and the Bintan Sumudra Delontos and Makoti Abada. You know, Yves de Koning that opened the ceremony yesterday, we went to Hout Bay, and the picture below was taken last Friday. And a South African owns 7 of those vessels now. And vessels that has been fully involved in IUU fishing, human rights violations, human trafficking, IUU fishing, fisheries crime. They are now owned by South African with the intention of providing a platform to disadvantaged coastal communities to focus not on abalone and rock lobster, but let's secure the offshore tuna resources, which are more sustainable, and focus on that. Instead of an IUU vessel benefiting from it, let a whole community like Paternoster or Houston or Hout Bay benefit from those resources through that action. 2 of those vessels, which makes it 9, have absconded. Right under our noses, but we're taking it with a pinch of salt, and those cases are currently being pursued as well. Tremendous work is being done, and we're hoping that in next year's symposium that we'll be able to report and to say similar like Mr. Benjes, here are the suspects, the convicted behind the case. Then the harmful case done by Paulo, FCO within the department, brilliant work done, continuous hard work, and that case was also brought to the point where asset forfeiture seized or forfeited the vessel. The challenges, I've touched on some of them, but you know, on our notice board within the MCS offices, we've got a notice board there with this media clipping. And it states that the South African economy is losing 4 billion per annum as a result of illegal fishing. We sat with Marcus Bergner from Traffic now recently, and that figure is still modest. You know, if you take at the value, somebody mentioned, I think it's Gunnar mentioned yesterday, if somebody steals something theft is theft. Somehow it doesn't apply to South Africa, because we know of cases where 300, that syndicate that I mentioned last, sent out 10 of those containers. We managed to intercept 2. Most of them are sitting within the Far East. 8 stolen and taken out of the country. It's people's livelihoods stolen. And you know, I wonder if we would take the same approach if it was money, US dollars, diamonds, or gold, because it's the same thing. You know, it's the same, different commodity, same principle. And I could not believe, I could not agree more with Gunnar that theft is theft. We need to address this. This is one of the key challenges, you know. We're losing 4 billion rand per annum. And that statement is only based on the abalone and the West Coast rock lobster and the demand within the eastern markets. We're not talking the hake, the other fisheries. We're just talking 2 out of 22 sectors. There are 22 fishery sectors in South Africa. In the same article, a UCT study by Serge is also mentioned, where he confirms that about 3,000 tons of abalone is exported to the Asian markets illegally. Traffic confirms this by saying it's between 2,000 and 3,000 tons annually. If you convert that in a monetary value, it's tremendous. The One Earth Foundation of the Fisheries Crime Working Group of the Indian Ocean Forum on Maritime Crime estimates that 18% of the total fish harvest within the Western Indian Ocean and 32% of the total catch in the Eastern Indian Ocean are either illegal or unreported. This is about 50% just in the Indian Ocean alone. It's a challenge. What are we doing? We are the fisheries crime fighters. We are the international community. Similar to the Hout fishing case, we need to bring that figure down. Despite the numerous successes, thousands of consignments with illegally harvested inshore South African resources still reach their destinies as we speak, today, undetected. And we need to change that. Fisheries crime syndicates, I've mentioned it, are well structured. It's challenging and difficult to identify these syndicates. They operate without boundaries, and no legitimate rules apply to them. They are organized crime. Stealing, robbing poor coastal communities within South Africa, Africa, and other countries of a livelihood. We as a global community, the challenge is for us to fully cooperate with the global enforcement community, and we need to address IUU fishing and its related activities, not only within the South African exclusive economic zone, but on the high seas, both in a reactive and proactive manner. It remains challenging and costly. You know, the Thunder case was presented yesterday. South Africa is part of Interpol. We work tirelessly around trying to get, for 3 months, to get hold of that vessel. Sea Shepherd, Bob Barker, and the other vessel. Brilliant work. My opinion, a challenge to us as fisheries crime fighters. Government needed to be there, even if we were just alongside. We wrote Nick Frey, we wrote submissions, and we tried our best. We couldn't get a vessel out there. Let that be a lesson for us. Let it be a lesson learned. That yes, it's a brilliant success. South Kiln, Pursued that vessel. Maybe pollution charges. Excellent. Yesterday, Alistair announced a guilty verdict. We should have jumped with joy. They charged him similar to the Al Capone strategy. Not for the fish, but for the pollution. You know, there will always be something to get these criminals. You know, and we don't do this for ourselves. We do it for the poor, for the needy. Flag states need to fully cooperate and share information. Flag states are doing a brilliant job, but there's some that's completely absent, you know. If we don't have the resources, other countries might have it. If we're a partner, we can do the enforcement. Are EU vessels remaining on the high seas for extended periods? That's a big challenge as well. And we need to shift the focus away from the vulnerable inshore fisheries resources like your abalone and lobster. I've touched on this. There are better resources, more sustainable resources, and get the communities. Yesterday it was mentioned, we need to focus on those resources, you know. Send the community, provide that platform, you know. We need to work, the biggest challenge, in a multi-agency, in an integrated global approach to address the real issues. Similar like we've done in the Hope fishing case. Although the Hope fishing case is still current, the restitution action is being appealed, and although the case started in 2001, it's still current. We need to be able to speak about all the other cases as well, in a multi-agency approach. You know, preserving our fish. And that way we can address poverty and the unemployment rate. Thank you.
An interesting development and an opportunity is that the press about fisheries products being tainted with forced labour and slave labour has led to 2 class actions in California. One is related to Costco, which is related to the Guardian expose of CP sharks having trash fish caught by slave labour, putting it into the food chain through fish meal for scallops and prawns. And the second one relates to cat food, of all things. Cat food that's been tainted by slave-caught fish. And a number of major US brands have been targeted, and we believe, as they're the owner, Thai Union may also be targeted, which could be quite a significant development. It's also clear that retailers are becoming increasingly concerned about their supply chain and their brand, their image. Because once it's targeted, it's very, very hard to recover. Another challenge is to reach public perception. Fisheries and what happens at sea is generally out of sight, out of mind. We've been using that for many years in the UN and other areas. But these hard reports from investigative journalists may be overcoming that. And we believe we have an opportunity. But we need to plan how we do it in a coherent way, involving multi-stakeholder participation, involving key governments, and taking the hard decisions and securing the multi-agency cooperation, which is fundamental. There aren't many in this room that could permeate the complex corporate webs which these criminal networks have developed. As has been said, they're not stupid, they're very clever, they've got good lawyers, they've got good planners, they know how to conceal what they're doing. and it is a real challenge to break that veil, but it is a veil nevertheless one we must break. So I thank you for your attention.
What we need to do is to think beyond the globalized economy. As long as we are going to continue to think that the globalized economy is the economy that we need, then we will continue to have a slide downwards for South Africa. Your nation will not compete in that globalized economy, just like 185 other nations cannot compete in the globalized economy. So unless we keep on dreaming that we can keep on cutting costs and that we can keep on pressing labor out and we can keep on pressing raw materials down, as long as we're dreaming of that kind of a society, then we know you will be doing social dumping and environmental dumping. Whatever you pretend. Because the business model that we have developed is a business model that was designed in the 1950s as a response to the Second World War. We're not in world wars anymore. We're in an incapacity to deliver the basic services to millions of people, billions of people. We have to respond to the basic needs of people locally. You can't feed people on instant coffee. You can't feed people on genetically modified food. You can't feed, you can't respond, you can't. But unfortunately, there's so many people who've trained to become an MBA, all according to that same Harvard business model, that we become so blinded about the realities that we think it's the only way to go forward. What I want to point out to you is, what do you think happens in the mind of this young boy who's holding his first harvest of mushrooms in his hands? And he knows these mushrooms were farmed on coffee waste from his mom. And his mom is right here. Where is she? There she is, hiding in the back. I mean, what is the mind of a young boy who knows he can take the coffee waste that mom produces, generate mushrooms out of it? And what do you think is his view on hunger? He doesn't believe there's really hunger. He believes there's ignorance on how to combat it. And I do not understand that I have presented in South Africa already 10 years ago a program that in the meantime has 16,000 employees worldwide, where we can take coffee and turn it into substrate for mushrooms, and none of that has been done here in Cape Town. I don't understand you. I don't understand you all. You should get up and do it. And somehow there's this inertia, and somehow there's this desire to talk about it, and to applaud it, but not do it. We need to be a concert of moving forward. I'm not here to create comfort. I'm not here to please you. I'm here to make you think and do things, because it's about time we do. And my concept is very simple. That first I have to give you a context, otherwise whatever I say is a pretext. What I'm trying to say is that the whole core business model with the core competence, low marginal costs, labor productivity, economies of scale where we produce more of the same, we source everything out, we have supply chain management, do it just in time, get everything through distribution centers, and cash flow is our king. I tell you, cash flow is king, no one else. We're going to leverage assets, we're going to be competitive by having exclusive intellectual property rights so we can work in this globalized market. The market economy has delivered to me three very clear things. Massive unemployment, communities die, and we consume too much junk. That is the reality of where we are. The vision, though, for me is very different. The vision is that we have to see through and source ourselves and nutrient ourselves with fantasy. We need to look into the world of fantasy so that we can get back to reality. And navigating between reality, vision, and fantasy requires us to look at science and be prepared to take risks. What I'm doing with the blue economy is to expose people, to inspire, to change the rules of the game, because I am not prepared to accept the rules of the game. You can't accept the rules of the game the way they're being played now. And therefore we have to go beyond the obvious. I tried this. This is my factory, the Ecoviv factory. 20 years ago it was inaugurated. But I realized that even though I had biodegradable products, it was an unsustainable factory. Don't buy Ecover. We're using fatty acids from palm oil, and the palm oil has already destroyed over 1 million hectares of rainforest. Don't continue. Stop. Collateral damage cannot be done. We can't accept doing things knowingly that something goes wrong. And I've been working for years in the green economy, but unfortunately I have to come to the conclusion after 30 years of being an entrepreneur in that world, that whatever is green is expensive. It must be subsidized with our taxes, and it's not competitive. Less than 1% of the world economy is green. Less than 1%. Wake up! So then I propose the blue economy, which is innovative, where we focus on generating wealth and jobs and competitive. The green is the best we imagined. It's time to do much better. We don't have to analyze the problems anymore. We know them. It's time that we scan for the opportunities. Think positive, even when the picture is not good. I summarized this in the Club of Rome report in 2009. It's now translated in 36 languages, over 1 million copies sold. I know that we can do this differently. But we have to adopt, first of all, a new philosophy of business. The philosophy of business means that we have to have open business systems. Let's inspire ourselves for a second in nature. I mean, have you ever thought about how stupid it would be that if a tree loses leaves in the fall, that we will keep those leaves and reattach them again in the spring? Hey, doesn't make any sense. Yes, we know this doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, we're forcing companies to make bottles out of bottles, plastic out of plastic, paper out of paper. Just exactly like it's stupid to have a tree reattach its own leaves. Second, the basis of our logic must be in the laws of physics. We have embraced chemistry, and now we're going to fool around with genetics. Apply the laws of physics. Most of the things we believe is important will not be relevant anymore. We have to cluster everything. It's over this core business, core competence. We have to be able to cluster things together and substitute something with nothing. Wow, what's that? Well, you all have your cell phones, right? I mean, I do not accept a cell phone anymore that is not operating without batteries. Substitute the batteries with something else. Because there are several forces around us that will make it possible to operate a cell phone without a battery. Starting with the strength of your own voice. Starting with the heat of your body. Starting with the radio frequencies that are around. All of this is readily available. But somehow the business model means that the companies make more money on the batteries than anything else. And therefore, swallow your batteries. I don't get it. 40 billion batteries will be discarded this year. 40 billion. It's insane, and we're still on our phones. We have to start doing things with multiple benefits, not just for one purpose only. Nothing in nature is for one reason only. And whatever we do must enhance life and the commons. Concrete cases. I'm going to give you 5 cases. I'm going to try to take them into the context of Africa. First one, reverse the errors of the past. Sound familiar? We all make errors, so don't continue to accuse. Reverse them. Do better. Here you see the Vichada, land in the eastern side of Colombia. where cattle farmers destroyed the rainforests 150 years ago. Here you see the regeneration of the forests, against all the odds. And everyone who works and lives there only rides the bicycle. Paolo Lugari leads it. After 25 years, this area is self-sufficient in water and fuel. This place where there is no road has resins for export. Normally we think we first have to build a road. Forget about the road. Manufacture, competitively. Fuel from the trees is being produced, turpentine. And drinking water, pure solar drinking water, is available for everyone. Those little machines you see here are locally produced, function for 25 years, guaranteed. And what is the result? The result is that before, 70% of the people suffered from gastrointestinal diseases. Today, 0. We are in Colombia. Same number of population as you have, same revenue levels as South Africa has. We eliminated gastrointestinal diseases in this area by simply providing drinking water with a machine that's locally manufactured. You can do it as well. And here is our next project, the pencil. You can see the savanna, which is degraded. You can see those sausages of green, which is the remnants of the biodiversity. And in the back you see the green patch, 8,000 hectares of rainforest regenerated. And out of this, 80% of the trees that we have to take out in order to regenerate the biodiversity, we're going to make pencils. And the pencils are made with the charcoal mixed with the pine oil and made in the wood. But is this really a pencil? Because the whole system that allows you to make this pencil responds to the basic needs of the people, generates topsoil and biodiversity, provides health, free drinking water, renewable energy, social capital, and we compete on price and performance against the Chinese. How come we can do that? Because we don't focus on one income. We don't focus on cutting costs. We're focusing on responding to the needs of people. And out of the blue, not out of the blue, by planning, we have these additionals. Social housing. This country needs 1 million homes. At least, now. This is not about communism or capitalism. This is not about cement or bamboo. But at least here's an initiative that has worked. You've seen the largest bamboo structure in modern history, which I constructed in Colombia. And this is the second version of it in Germany. We constructed it with a German building permit. That means the whole building technique is vetted by German construction engineers. But here you see how we've translated that know-how in rural housing. Rural houses that are good for 100 years. Because they're preserved by the same bamboo. Because the bamboo has 25 meters, 6 serves for construction, 19 is to make charcoal, and the gases of the charcoal impregnate the bamboo and make it immune to fungus and insects. You use the chemistry of the bamboo to preserve the bamboo. Now these are beautiful houses. But more importantly is the social housing. You see the luxury version of a $14,000 home, 2 stories. 2 stories in Colombia. But then you see the simple version, the $950 version in Guayaquil in Ecuador. People come with $50. 2 days later they have their home standing. The company is running this in Guayaquil, has a simple purpose: eradicate shanty towns. And we're doing it at the rate of 42 a day. 42 a day, you can calculate what it means in 3, 4, 5 years. This is a $12 million business. It turns out $1 million a year in profit. 15 years after we started the first bamboo pavilion, there are 250 companies created, 42 social houses per day per company. And while we're doing this, we need more bamboo. So we are regenerating the bamboo forests. And if you have a bamboo forest, you regenerate topsoil and you have the hydrological cycles re-established. It's simple, It's embarrassing simple, it works. I don't know why you have such great difficulty in delivering. It doesn't have to be with bamboo. But what I do know is that time has come to respond to the basic need for housing. And we have to get back to traditional agriculture. The most devastating destruction of Africa is the destruction of traditional African agriculture. Like the white man has done in Latin America, like he tried in Asia, but in Asia failed. Let's go for a moment to Bhutan, where I do a lot of work. One of the projects in Bhutan is to save buckwheat. Buckwheat, which is farmed at 3,000 meters altitude for the past 6,000 years, is threatened by globalization because the Ukrainians, they can offer buckwheat at $180 a ton, and the Bhutanese, well, unfortunately, it costs them $2,000. And of course, that if we even listen to the most advanced economic thinkers in social development and sustainable development, they will say, I'm so sorry, at $2,000, you better start thinking about something else. And I'm saying no, change the business model. So what is our model? Our model is that we're licensing the production of beer. Production of beer? Yeah, I'm Belgian, okay? We have great beers. So we're licensing the production of beer, first in Japan, where we're extracting the malt. We're making malt extract from the buckwheat. That means that 92% of the buckwheat stays in Bhutan, and only 8% is used to export. What stays in Bhutan includes the protein. Now, buckwheat, I don't know if you know it well, you farm it, you plant it, 3 to 4 weeks later, you harvest it. No need for pesticides, no need for herbicides, because buckwheat behaves like a weed. It gets everyone else out of the way. You see the beautiful buckwheat field in Bumthang, in Bhutan. And then what we have done is we set out people to harvest wild yeast. And so we're packaging wild yeast plus the extract from the malt, and we sell the license to the Japanese. And here is the Powell beer sold in Japan. What is interesting about this is that we're getting a 5% license fee. Now, if you're getting a 5% license fee, guess what is the price per ton for the buckwheat? $4,000. I'm out competing Ukrainians, because the Ukrainians with their Chernobyl background, I don't think they can sell their image very strong when you turn it into beer. Bhutan, in this way, can pay double prices to their farmers, preserve culture and tradition, and buckwheat, the healthiest that there is, and the most evident anti-diabetic food, is therefore preserved in the Himalayas. Let me give you 2 very concrete cases on South Africa. This is a project of mine that failed in South Africa. It's the Lisbon farm just outside of Kruger Park. Anyone knows about the case of the Lisbon farm? Yeah. Scandal, the way it was managed. I tried. But here's the model that I had. The Lisbon farm was told that it couldn't compete anymore in the globalized market of citrus fruits. And therefore the suggestion was that they should become a bit more competitive by laying off half the people. Have you heard that before? It's exactly what we think we should do. Cut labor. Labor is the culprit, right? Not productive enough. Wrong. The Lisbon farm proposal that we had in pilot project implemented is we take the fruits, we make the juice is sold to the lodges, the peels of the fruits are used to extract the D-limonene just with steam that gives the detergents. The detergents are used to offer laundry services to the lodges. Then the fruit, the trees have to be pruned, and the prunings, plus the removal of the non-native, are used to farm the mushrooms, give beautiful firewood to the lodges, and even some wood for construction. The prunings, after having farmed the mushrooms, are enriched in amino acids and are great animal feed. And 60% of the food at the lodges is never eaten, it's just there to be beautiful. So people get an appetite. So we said, get some pigs, have produced biogas. The result of the model that we designed, it gives you 9 sources of income instead of 1 income. Unfortunately, greed came in the way, and egos came in the way, and they decided to destroy the whole project. We're implementing it elsewhere now. Citrus farms should have 8 revenues and don't care about the world market price of citrus. That is competing on the global market.
We know that we can't solve climate change without an energy revolution. 64 to 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from power generation or uses of energy. You've got to fix energy if you're going to solve climate change. In addition, this intersection of energy security, food security, and water security is becoming real. And therefore, you may, to answer your question directly, the markets, we can deal with the market issues, for sure we need to do that. But we need to go down a little bit more if we're going to address energy poverty and its linkages to the other Millennium Development Goals. So what do we need to do? It is clear, we need clear, for every country we need energy plans. We're not talking about pilot projects now. You don't need an energy strategy over 10, 20 years to do a pilot project. But we're beyond pilots. We need to scale up, we need to move fast. The emissions are great. So for that speed, you need to bring in the private sector without a plan. They will not come. Energy investments are big, they're costly. Private sector needs confidence that there is a strategy over 10, 20 years, because these investments are supposed to last 50 or more years. So you need a plan in a country. You need stable, predictable policies, because these are long-term investments. We also need to do renewable resource mapping. We're trying to sell clean energy to countries. Some don't even know what the concrete potential is that they have. How much solar radiation? What is the wind map? Some countries don't have as yet. We need those elements if, in fact, we're really going to have a scaled-up deployment of clean technology. Of course, the money issue is important. You need good financing. Which countries is this working? As we speak, South Africa is making a big statement here. It is not in the negotiating room, but it's right outside. They're launching SARI, the South African Renewable Energy Initiative. Clear plan, clear map. Just a few weeks ago, they launched a request for proposals for 3,750 megawatts for clean energy. That's real. That's not imagined. And there's innovative financing, using donor money to de-risk private capital that they need. Morocco, brilliant example, almost approaching 100% energy access, but at the same time, they're planning to sell energy to Europe using clean technologies. The Desertec initiative is real. You have leading companies in Germany, Siemens, leading financial institutions, KfW, Munich Re, all part of it. Brazil, the new president has her initiative, Electricity for All. Because for her, before becoming president, she was leading the social programs to reduce poverty. She knows, as a former energy minister, without access to energy, people remain poor. They cannot produce, they cannot store food, they cannot pump water, and it's mainly the women who suffer. Finally, the same comment that Corrado made about China. Thanks to China, the cost of solar panels have dropped 30–40% in 5 years. Thanks to China, we see ambitious investment programs in China for clean energy in their 12th five-year development plan.
A lot of lessons that people had learned and applied before modern technology have in fact the solutions to some of the most profound problems that we have created for ourselves. And so the whole notion of using human waste to replenish through biogas, through nutrients, and through all of the things that we thought we could simply flush away with clean drinking water, and it would cease to be a problem anymore, created a new set of problems that we're having to resolve. And I was particularly impressed by Jason's insight that having leapfrogged the era of the landline in telecommunications to mobile technology and everything that means for interaction and communication, so Africa might well leapfrog the Industrial Revolution with all of the devastation that it brought in so many ways into the sustainability revolution. I thought that was a very interesting concept, because Africa has leapfrogged the era of landline communication. It never came to sub-Saharan Africa in any extensive way. And today, out of Africa, especially places like Kenya and Uganda, are coming the most extraordinary applications for education, for healthcare, and a range of other government functions that are based on mobile because the alternative is not there. And in countries where the alternative is there, often that migration to the extraordinary potential of mobile has been much slower. And equally, I think Africa will show the world that it is an entirely false dichotomy to say you can either go for green or go for growth. It's an entirely false dichotomy to say the choice is green or growth. If you're stuck in the ways of the past, that may be a choice if you see the trajectory as a continuation of industrialization of the past. If you make the mind shift that we have to make, green becomes growth. And that is why we talk about the green economy. And that is why we talk about building a manufacturing sector based on the green economy and the needs of the future. And so I was particularly interested in that theme and spent a little bit of time last night reading the wonderful books and literature we had. I also wanted to pick up the theme that Belinda Walker raised on what do cities do. Now, it's absolutely true that in terms of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, cities provide all of the basic things that human beings cannot be expected to provide for themselves, like electricity reticulation systems, like water purification systems, like sewerage systems, like road networks and public transport. And where that stops and the responsibility of individuals begins is a major question. Is it the role of a government to provide everyone with a toilet? Is it the role of a government to provide everybody with a geyser? These are major questions that need to arise, because one has to talk about the alternative pressures on a budget and what the role of the government is and what the role of individuals and individual families and communities may be. But leaving that aside, I understand the core role of cities to be to link individuals with the national economy and to link the national economy with the global economy. And therefore cities and provinces and regions, but cities are much more important than provinces. Cities who understand the role of green and the compatibility between green and economic growth and don't see it as a contradiction are going to play a leading role in ensuring that citizens make the crucial choices that we need to make to reduce our carbon footprint, at the same time as finding ways in which, and pioneering ways in which, to grow the economy through green investments. And I'm delighted to say that Cape Town has visionary political leaders and visionary officials who understand precisely what we're talking about when we talk about the green economy, and they understand how to make green integral to growth. Because our number one priority in this province and in South Africa has to be growth and jobs. I was fascinated to read on page 6 of the Cape Times that wind is now the cheapest form of electricity generation, with an average price of 89 cents a kilowatt hour compared to 97 cents per kilowatt hour for Eskom's new coal-fired power stations. And this comes from Mr. Roger Price, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Wind Lab, an international wind energy
He is the director of the Institute for Human Health and Performance at the University College London. Hugh obtained a first-class degree in neuropharmacology and cardiorespiratory physiology in 1984. He graduated from the Middlesex Hospital Medical School in 1987. He has since trained to specialist status in general internal medicine, cardiology, and intensive care. He is now professor of intensive care medicine and director of the Institute for Human Health and Performance, University College London, where he leads a research group. He's published over 200 scientific articles, and he has been engaged in climate change and health for more than 10 years. He's written extensively and was a co-commissioner of the UCL Lancet report on the health impacts of climate change. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Hugh Montgomery.
I doubt there's a more important gathering of people in the whole of Durban at the moment than you. And I doubt that I will ever have given a more important talk than that I'm about to give. Because I'm a Brit, though, I need to start with a joke before I get to the serious stuff. So here's my one climate change joke. Not many people know a climate change joke, but I do. So one planet's talking to another planet. And it says, "I don't feel so good. I think I've got Homo sapiens." And the other planet says, "I wouldn't worry, it doesn't last for long." This is where I work, and this is the sort of patient I look after. And sometimes patients like this end up on our intensive care unit dying and die because of some catastrophic event that's befallen them. They're hit by a truck. But far more often, they end up there because they become chronically sick that makes them vulnerable when that second hit arrives. And I'd like to start by giving you a brief outline of the chronic sickness that our world faces before we move on to that second hit. Here's human population. Whoever drew this graph probably got it wrong because humans didn't really turn up until around 140, 150,000 years ago. And there weren't very many of us around, probably around 70,000 years ago. There were no more than probably 5,000 breeding pairs on the planet. And it took us till around 1804 to get our first billion, and it took well over 120 years to get our next. But as we've worked our way up, we find that we're adding now another billion to our planet every 11 or 12 years. And each of those individuals, on average across the planet, has more money. That's not to say there isn't gross inequity in the world. Those of us such as me, who live in central London, who fly to COP17s, who carry a mobile phone and use computers, use a vastly disproportionate amount of the Earth's resources than do others in poorer countries. But look at the data here. The amount of money per capita screaming upwards in these 1990 adjusted dollars. World economy in 1990 dollars, 600 billion in 1800, 4,000 billion in 1950, somewhere approaching 61 trillion in 2010, with average earnings per capita around the world rising steeply. The point I'm making is that those dollars are underpinned by resources, the resources that we all hold as common goods, the water, the soil, the rivers, the seas. And we're systematically destroying them. Here are the data just on fish stocks, 1961 to 2003. World population then had grown at 1.8% a year, fish consumption going up 3.6% a year, 17 kilograms per capita. And once again, a larger proportion of that being eaten in very rich nations. The result, fish stocks are collapsing. 40% of our fish stocks have collapsed already. We're having to grow more. World grain production having to rise, but we run out of land. This is underpinned by increased use of fertilizer, driven by fossil fuel use to do that, not by a particularly great increase in land mass, because we run out of the places to which we can grow grain. That said, we are having to use more land. We're grazing more cattle. This is world meat production, rising steadily. Now standing at 45 kilograms of meat per person. Again, Western nations, developed nations, consuming far more than their rightful share. And growing those crops and keeping those cattle means we need to use more land. This is why rainforests are disappearing. And they're not disappearing slowly. That means more water. I'll let you look at these figures for yourselves. And as a result of this, the world has water crises pretty much everywhere, because a great deal of the water we consume comes from fossil aquifers. These are sealed reservoirs of water that once emptied do not refill. And when they go, large numbers of people suffer. And we know, for instance, that Saudi Arabia's grain crop fell by 71% shortly after the year 2000 because of the loss of that water, which is why they're having to buy land elsewhere. All of that means less life. This from the Living Planet Index, which there's a new one just released 2010 actually. These are the changes that have happened since I was 20 years old. This is the biggest mass extinction that the planet has seen on the fossil record, and we're living through it now. Our planet's very sick indeed. That patient is already teetering on the brink, and if it suffers another blow, it will die. Especially if that blow is sudden and severe. When you talk to most people, the medical students here did a survey of delegates and negotiators last year, and they said to them, do you think climate change is a problem for health? A very large number had no idea that climate change had anything to do with people. And those that did felt that it was probably something a bit to do with malaria, and, quote, the WHO can probably sort that out. There's a lot more to it. As temperatures rise, bacterial doubling rates increase, which is why you tend not to get so much diarrhea from eating chicken in England, which is generally a pretty chilly place, and you do if you go to warmer countries, because bacteria grow more quickly. The risk of malaria in some areas will definitely drop as swamps dry out and it becomes inclement, but in some areas it will rise. These were data, bear in mind, from low to mid-range estimates from 10 years ago. And as I've explained, we're way past those low-range estimates. So bear in mind, a lot of these scenarios are pathetically lightweight. Things will be much worse. Red represents the certainty of malarial transmission. And this was estimates on low to mid-range risk in the next 50 years. Why? Because in warmer climates, mosquitoes can live. As the temperature goes up, the malarial parasite replicates faster inside the mosquito, so the mosquito becomes infected more quickly. And this applies to other things like dengue. The viral incubation period shortens, the breeding cycle of the mosquito shortens, and they feed more frequently because they're buzzing around a lot more when it's warmer. Higher temperatures kill. We are evolved as multi-celled organisms over 540 million years to a very niche range of temperatures. And as temperatures rise, mortality rates rise. So these are just deaths in the United Kingdom. As it gets warmer, people die more. And you can see that anywhere in the world. These are data from Delhi, just a few seasons, showing seasonal changes. That as it gets warmer, people die, as it gets cooler, people don't. This is just a function of human biology. Increased baseline temperatures change levels of pollutants. And these are physicochemical reactions from pollutants. So tailpipe exhaust emissions in New York, concentrations of ozone rise, as temperatures rise. That's not because more cars are on the road, it's because of the nature of the chemistry of the atmosphere. And ground level ozone is very harmful to the respiratory tracts of humans. We change the way in which plant pollen is released. Pollen seasons lengthen. They start earlier, they go on longer. Many plants produce more pollen as it's warmer. And there is a shift in some species, and we're looking particularly at ragweed pollen, to much more allergenic forms of pollen around the world. But as you put more energy into a meteorological system, that energy appears in the form of weather. Now, the recent UN report said that it couldn't say with confidence that previous increases or recent increases in extreme weather events can be said to be due to climate change. But those of us that are scientists and physicians in this audience understand well that lack of evidence is not the same as evidence of lack. And somehow we have to account for this increase in extreme weather events over recent decades. And even in the United States, increase in tornadoes. The point I'm trying to make here is developed nations in many ways feel that they are secure from these effects of climate change, and they are not. Just as there's a global economy, we live in a global atmosphere, and every nation will be affected. I'm going to make reference to this report in the future. I just put it up there so that you know the source as we move forwards. Published in November of this year, last month. Cyclone wind intensity will increase as you warm ocean surfaces. Hurricanes become stronger. And we've seen strong hurricanes and the damage they cause. But we're going to see more of that sort of damage. We know that when you get these extreme weather events, soils become unstable due to drying, glacial retreat, sudden downpours, producing catastrophic landslide. These are likely to increase. High confidence. There's some myth about rainfall and climate that some areas will become less fertile because there'll be a little less water, it'll be warmer. Other areas will be more CO2, warmer, more rainfall, more crops. That's a nonsense, because even if you get that improvement in ability to grow crops, one sudden downfall, one big drought at the wrong time, and that crop is written off. And we're likely to see increases in severe precipitation events. And indeed, we are. I don't think we need to look further than Pakistan, which suffered horribly. A fifth of its land area underwater last year. Many, many millions of people affected and crops lost. We think of Vietnam and Thailand now, similarly affected, and their people suffering. Coastal flooding will worsen because of extreme storms, sea level rise, and so forth. This is likely to get worse. We're seeing these events already. And we're going to see more extreme heat waves. These are the anomalies for June 2010. Some areas cooler than you'd expect. Some areas, the red dots, very, very much warmer. August 2003, heat wave in Europe killed perhaps up to 75,000 people. And we're going to see more of these, according to that UN report. Look here. Very likely the length and intensity and severity of these heat waves will rise. A 1 in 20-year hottest day is likely to become a 1 in 2-year event. Think of Russia last year. Massive droughts leading to forest fires. Vast areas affected, crops failing. Large areas unable to export wheat. And these sorts of events, flooding, drought, extreme weather, means there's a shortage of food. Shortage of food makes it become more expensive. then people start speculating on the price of food, and it drives the price up further. Which is all very well if you live in central London on a doctor's salary. It's not acceptable when you're living on the breadline in a poorer nation state and you can no longer feed your family. We know from Nick Stern's data that climate change will be catastrophic to economies, and we know that poverty drives ill health. And we know that when you have starvation and drought and loss of habitation and disease and poverty, people will move. And when they move into other areas that are similarly distressed, you get conflict. This even from 2003, from a Pentagon report. The result could be a significant drop in the human carrying capacity of the Earth's environment. That's talking about deaths. And they're not alone in saying this. We co-authored an article for the British Medical Journal just recently, drawing on statements from the International Institute for Strategic Studies, from the CIA, from organisations that you and I would perhaps not normally consider to be the most liberal organisations in the world. But they are concerned. I was deeply impressed with the Minister's words earlier on. I've been to many meetings about climate and health. He's, believe it or not, the first person I've heard that actually starts talking about ecosystem effects. Because we're at the top of an ecological pyramid, and if that collapses beneath us, our foundations are lost. Again, this paper now some 7 years old, and from what I've told you before, we're now exceeding the worst case scenarios that have been predicted by the IPCC earlier on. This happening on top of that mass extinction event about which I spoke earlier. So the question then, have we a terminal disease now? Or is there a cure? I don't know. If there is a cure, it's in your hands. And that's why you are the most important people in Durban today, because no one else is listening. And they have to listen, and they have to listen urgently to you. We need to inform patients, we need to inform our colleagues, we need to inform our politicians. Because if you work in health, unlike politicians generally in the world, or bankers, you're trusted to speak the truth. You must speak this truth of the risks, but also the benefits. In Western worlds, if we substitute driving for walking, we get reductions in diabetes, obesity, stroke, coronary vascular disease, peripheral vascular disease, hypertension, depression, dementia, breast cancer, bowel cancer. As a Western white male in Britain, the second most likely thing from which I will die is bowel cancer. And any of you who've seen someone die of that disease, it's horrible. The biggest preventable cause is saturated fat consumption from red meat and red meat consumption. Reducing those, taking more exercise, benefits the planet, and it benefits the health of our country, it benefits our health economics. We have a good selling point here, and Andy Haynes will be here this afternoon to show that not only does this apply to Europe, huge fiscal savings, but he modelled this around the world for different countries, of different levels of poverty, different cities, and showed, I won't go through these in detail, except to say, very big advantages wherever you are in the world. This is a convenient truth, and we need to communicate this. You need to take personal actions, and we need to advocate and engage. This is Jean-Paul Sartre, and I want to remind you of his words. It is not right to want to heal the suffering of people without committing to fight the very causes of that suffering. We have a responsibility here today to do this. We have a responsibility not to sit on the sidelines of these negotiations, to think that we're marginal to them. The health message is central. Our politicians must understand that people are suffering and dying now, and that very, 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 very many more will suffer and die in the future unless they act now. The talk about delays for 8 years are a frank nonsense, and we must say so to our ministers and to those that we know. These are personal thoughts. I'm not going to suggest that they're the thoughts of this conference, although there is a conference statement I'd encourage you to read and sign. We need to know what we're missing. We need to fill the gap. We need an urgent negotiated deal that's meaningful. We need to measure where we are. We need to put the money into the system. We need to make it available to those countries that need it. And we need to give them power over its use. And we need to sort out deforestation. Those are just headlines. They're personal views, but I think you may or may not agree. And we need to stand up for what's right. Waiting for everyone else to do something before you do does not show moral leadership. So, from where I come from, the EU, in my view, should just go ahead anyway, making its reductions. Finally, this statement will be circulated, is circulating. Some nation states have already signed up to it. We're asking negotiators in their opening plenary sessions to start their negotiations with these words. We'll circulate those for you. It will show solidarity amongst those states to say this is a matter of urgency. The point I want to make is that if we spend another 8 years with 40,000 delegates coming to COP processes such as this, neatly drafting a prescription for our planet, the patient will have died by the time we finish that prescription. And that matters. And it matters to me, and it matters to me personally. This is Fergus. He's my youngest son. And I love him every bit as much as you love your children or your grandchildren. And if you're not going to do this for other people's children, you must do it for your own. Because let me remind you, this isn't a joke. I think I've got Homo sapiens. Don't worry. They won't last for long. Thank you for listening.
We believe from the least developed countries and vulnerable communities that climate change is a moral problem. It's a problem created by the rich countries, rich people in poor countries, and a problem that the poor are going to suffer. Poor people in poor countries, but even poor people in rich countries. A stark example is the people of New Orleans who suffered at when Hurricane Katrina hit there. Over 1,000 people in the richest country died. They weren't rich people of New Orleans, they were the poorest people living in the 9th ward of New Orleans. So poor people, even in rich countries, are the ones that are most vulnerable. That's not right. That's a morally unacceptable situation where the rich cause suffering to the poor without taking responsibility for it.
In 1988, that's when we had Bill Molson, the founder of permaculture, who came from Australia. He held a workshop in Botswana on permaculture. And 2 of our guys, who are now our trustees, went to attend the workshop. And then after the workshop, that's when they turned this farm into a training center. And their main focus was permaculture. Permaculture means permanent agriculture. But it can be defined in many ways. Some say it's an approach to designing system which will give sustainable rewards. Right now, permaculture is growing up We are now slowly getting into urban communities. We use natural resources for the production of our crops. Like for instance, for soil improving, we use this type of composting. We just harvest fresh cow dung, and then we put it in this container, we perforate it, and then put the dung in, and then introduce worms. After a period of 3 months, the worms will be doing the decomposition. They will be decomposing the stuff, and then after 3 months it will be ready. Then we take it and then put it in sieves. We mix with sand and then pot it. Then after those 3 months, the worms will be in abundance, and we could use them for feeding our poultry. And the extra we can take it for fishing or for fishing or for selling, or we could introduce them in the garden because they will be in abundance. Nature is working for us.
Okay.
So, and then this system is called the container garden. It's ideal for those people who are residing in flats, who doesn't have where to do the cultivation. We just fill in an old sack with compost and a bit of soil. Then you perforate it and then you plant your vegetables. You are home and dry. And if you think of going for a holiday resort somewhere, just take it and then put it at the back of your truck. Then you'll be having fresh vegetables with you. These are herbs. Herbs are used in various ways. Some are used for culinary, some has got medicinal properties, some are used as repellents if planted with vegetables. For instance, we have this one. It's called Nasturtium. Some use it as just a flower, but it has got more properties than just being a flower. We use it to deworm our livestock. It's very, very, very useful. And for human beings, if you have got upset stomach, take the flowers and then chew them, swallow the juice. If you have got eye ailments, you could just take the flowers and then you put them in boiling water, let it cool, and then bath your eyes. It helps a lot. Then we have celery. This one we use it as a repellent again if planted with the brassicas. And apart from that, on medicinal properties, it suppresses BP. One is suffering from BP. If he takes this one regular on his or her diet, it reduces BP.
What is BP?
Blood pressure.
Oh, okay.
Blood pressure.
Celery.
Celery. And then this one is called thyme. Thyme, variegated thyme. This one is used for cooking, in fact. Apart from cooking, it has got many medicinal uses again. You could use it for whooping cough, you could use it for bronchitis, you could use it for headaches, or for boosting up one's immune system. If one, especially those, it could be AIDS victims, if they take this one, it helps them to boost their immune system. The lifespan will be a little bit prolonged if they take this one regular on their diet. It's very, very useful. Mint is in different varieties. We've got spearmint, we've got black mint, we've got peppermint. Right. It is used for sore throat. If somebody is suffering from sore throat, colds, flu, you could use this one. Just take it as herbal tea. Or if somebody is suffering from dizziness, you could just take a herbal tea of mint. It helps a lot. And then apart from that, if planted under fruit trees, it helps as a repellent of fruit flies. Plus, it's a very good soil binder. Wherever there is a little erosion taking place, if you plant it, it binds up the soil very well. That it reduces soil erosion. Called lemongrass. Lemon. Maybe the word lemongrass comes from that it has got a lemon flavor, and it smoothens the skin. Especially with the ladies, they like this one. Yeah. Acacia trees, they are termed as legumes. We use them in agroforestry, whereby we mix crops and trees. They are nitrogen fixers, and they are fodder. They can be used as windbreak. It doesn't shed the field. If planted with the crops tend to do very well. They can even grow very nice under these trees. They are very, very friendly. Except for the thorns. Sure. The group is the poor rural farmers. who doesn't have enough cash maybe to buy these so-called barbed wires, one could resort to this type of tree. It's called Doviaris scapula. It makes a very good live fence if planted close. It develops thorns, and by so doing it inhibits goats, donkeys to enter in a field. Very, very useful. And apart from being a shield, it produces fruits which could be taken, and they're very, very nice, very rich in vitamin C. For it. We have here is we have indigenous trees, be it indigenous fruit trees and then trees. And then we've got exotic trees, fruit trees and not fruit trees. And we have passion fruits and we have herbs. But generally, they're for generating income and improving sites within Fambizanai. Wherever we feel like there's bare land, we could just take them and then plant them to improve the site.
How does it improve the site?
Whenever a site is very bare, if you've got a massive downpour of rainfall, erosion takes place. But if you plant trees, the roots helps to bar the runoff and then let the water penetrate into the soil. And you could even introduce grass. You plant trees and then you plant grass. By so doing, erosion is minimized. That's how it improves the site. We plant our crops diversified. The reason being that we are trying to encourage a symbiosis friendship, whereby if you have got a nitrogen fixer, that nitrogen fixer will be fixing nitrogen, thereby benefiting the neighbor. It could be, in this case, it could be spinach. The nitrogen that is left by this bean is taken by the spinach, right? And at the same time, if I've got an outbreak of a certain disease, if that disease attacks spinach, at least you are left with beans. But if you've got just a field of spinach, if that disease comes, it wipes away everything and you are left with nothing. Those are the advantages of diversifying. And at the same time, we encourage farmers to cover the soil. The reason being that if the soil is covered, there is little runoff. And at the same time, there is much percolation. The temperature of the soil remains constant when the soil is covered. There is little evaporation. And at the same time, it decomposes as time goes by. It decomposes, and by so doing, it will be adding fertility into the soil.
So it's just grass?
You could use grass, you could use dead leaves, you could use live mulch, whatever you have. Because we are saying, it depends with the place you are. If you're in region 1, if you're in region 4, whatever you have there, make use of it. If you don't have even grass or leaves or whatever, you could use even stone mulching. But that one is ideal under fruit trees. You could use stone mulching. We also encourage farmers to dot a few fruit trees in their fields or in their gardens. Right. If you compare the production that you get from one tree and the production that you get on a piece of land planted vegetables, you could see that from a tree you get huge sums of money. So we encourage farmers to dot a few fruit trees into their system for boosting income.
Is this what kind of tree is this one?
It's macadamia nut.
Which one?
That one. Macadamia nut.
That looks like
Very, very expensive. A kg you could buy it at least something like $300 and something dollars, $. Very, very expensive. Okay, this one is called Leucaena. It's a nitrogen fixer, and at the same time it's fodder. At the same time it's working as hedge here. In permaculture we say at least one element should serve many functions. Right. So apart from just being hedge here, it is barring diseases. The other diseases that travel with wind, like blight. So whenever you have a hedge in your garden, that disease could be trapped here and then doesn't get to your vegetables or crops or whatever. At this time of the year, there is outbreak of pests. Vegetables doesn't do very well. We are leaving this so that we could feed our livestock because we believe in recycling. We take waste from the garden and then we feed our livestock, and then in return we get manure. We put it on a compost, we re-put it, we reapply it into the garden. So it's sort of a cycle. You could see some of the farmers taking off these old vegetables, throwing them away. That's not a good idea. Recycle it so that it gives benefits again back to that land where you harvested it. Humus. Then after that you put a heavy feeder, it could be maize, so that it makes use of the nitrogen that is left by the prior plant.
Yeah.
It's a peach. It's called the elderberry. The flowers are used if somebody is suffering from a heavy flu. You could use those flowers. And the leaves are used for making compost, very rich in nitrogen. And you could use it as hedge again. So hedges are very, very important for stopping wind erosion.
Yeah.
And trees should be shaped in a way that it will become easy for one to harvest. It will become easy for one to spray. So we don't encourage farmers to leave trees growing high up. It will be very difficult for them to harvest. And at the same time, they end up having their kids having fractures because they climb up there, which is very, very much dangerous. So in the necessary course that we give, we train them that they should train their tree. A tree can behave in the way you want if you train it, but if you leave it, it will give you problems. So this is the result of training. The branches are growing sidewise. It's very easy to harvest. You can even harvest when you are standing. You can even spray when you are standing. We make organic remedies. You could spray with hot pepper mixed with a bit of soap, or you could use tephrosia. Tephrosia is one of the most tree that we use here, which is more powerful on whatever pests, be it bagrada bugs, be it grasshoppers, be it what. It's a sweeper. We call it a sweeper, and we use it as a last resort. Sure. So whenever we have an outbreak, we use that one. So we make what we call liquid manure. What we simply do is we find a container and then take fresh cow dung and then put it in a container, add a bit of water, and then leave it to stay for about 2 weeks. And then after 2 weeks, you sort of spear it. Yeah, that's organic farming. And then you take this stuff and then apply it on your crops. You dilute it 1:2 with fresh water, and then you apply it on your crops. But the most powerful one is the one made from chicken droppings. You just harvest the chicken droppings, you put in a sack, and then you put in a drum. You add water. You leave it for 2 weeks again, and then you top dress your crops. But with liquid manure, you go to dilute the one that is made from chicken droppings 1:5 because it's so powerful. If you don't dilute, otherwise everything will be burned. It's very, very powerful.
That's for the flies, hey?
Sure. This is what we call stone mulching. If you've got problems with chickens scratching at the base of a fruit tree, just put stone mulching and you are home and dry. And at the same time, it's acting as a habitat for lizards. Because in organic farming, we also need what we call predators. They help us in reducing the number of pests. So this is a home for lizards, beet snakes. You know, snakes are very good for controlling mice. So this is the ideal home for our predators. Is prepared for them. If you put fertilizer, yes, you get quick results, but the taste is awful. But if you use manure, it gives a wonderful taste. The taste is just perfect. Remedies on spraying is that whenever you have a customer or you have visitors during the night, you can pick up the leaves because you would have used chilies or hot pepper to do the spraying, which is something eatable. You can just wash that chilies and then you prepare for your customer or for your visitor. But if you use Roga or these synthetic chemicals, if it is 21 days before harvest, you got to wait for those 21 days. But we are having problems because most of the rural farmers, they are money hungry, so they sometimes cheat. Rather than waiting for those 21 days, you could see him waiting for about 15 days and then start harvesting and then selling for the sake of money. But look what will happen. All those people who consume those vegetables will end up having problems just for the sake of money. But if you go organic, you could do spray and then at the same time harvest, no problem.
Fig tree.
It bears fruits and then the fruits turn red when they are ripe. By so doing, they attract birds. And then whenever we have birds in here, birds rather than feeding on the figs, they could end up picking up pests. It could be butterflies, it could be grasshoppers, they end up picking them. So it's serving main functions here. It's a fruit tree, and at the same time it's attracting birds. The birds in return will feed on pests. This is called yarrow. It's a herb. It's called yarrow. Yarrow is a very good plant if mixed with the brassicas, because it produces a certain odor which is not liked by pests. So it will be acting as a repellent here. And at the same time, it's a painkiller. If somebody is suffering from anything, you could just take a herbal tea of it and then it eases the pain. It's very good again on bleeding. If somebody is bleeding, you just rub the leaves and then put them on that wound. Automatically the blood will clot. It promotes clotting of the blood. So rather than going to the nearby clinics, we have everything here. Yeah, we have everything. Maybe when somebody is dying, maybe that's when we could rush that person to the hospital. But otherwise, we would have tried all means by using the natural stuff we have here. Okay, this long grass is called vetiver grass. It is a very good soil binder. Wherever there are gullies, or if you want to go on gully reclamation, we advise farmers to use this one, because if it establishes very well, the roots can go up to 1.5 meters. And it bars runoff very, very, very effectively. And apart from controlling soil erosion, we use it to control moles. Whenever we have moles in a piece of land, you just plant a row of these and then a row of those somewhere there. Then you could kill the moles that are found in between. And then those from there or from wherever, they cannot pass through the rows because of the smell it gives. It's not liked by moles. So it's a repeller of moles. The connection of the ecosystem, they'll be seeing everything. So they prefer using these outdoor classrooms. Closely, we build what you call a chicken tractor. It's just a small wooden thing with a bit of fence, so that we keep the chickens at one place and then we put the chickens in. The chickens will scratch, that is picking whatever pest they could find. And at the same time, they'll be dropping their droppings, that is fertilizing the soil, and then weeding the grazing or the taking of the whatever is growing there. That's fine for us. So after a period of maybe 2 weeks, we move it, put it in another place, we plant something there. It means that place is pest free, it's manured, and it's weeded or it's cultivated already. And that's how we use chickens in the system of permaculture. Then we come to biogas. We encourage farmers to use these biogases in rural areas as a way of getting fuel. Because after independence, most of the farmers, the rural farmers, they went on a rampage of destroying the environment, having piles and piles of firewood, forgetting that tomorrow they won't have anything to resort on. So we are coming on with this project of biogases, whereby they could use fresh cow dung, feed in, and then get methane gas, and use it for cooking and lighting as well.
So there's methane coming out of that tube?
Yeah, sure, there's methane coming out from that.
And where is it going?
It's going into that house and being used in there for cooking and lighting.
Amazing, huh?
So what's in there?
Methane.
Yeah, but like, how do you get it?
Then we have the inlet there, where we pour, it could be kitchen leftovers, fresh cow dung, we mix with a bit of water, it forms porridge form, and then we pour it in. When it comes here, there are those anaerobic bacteria or something, which does the decomposition. And then the product that we get is methane gas, and then it's piped into that house.
Wow.
The waste it comes through the outlet. We take it as celery. It could be used as liquid manure. Then we take the waste and then we apply it on crops as liquid manure. So in permaculture, we don't throw away anything. We make use of everything. Yeah, sure. Make use of everything.
Beautiful stuff.
We have cattle. Those are the ones that does the grazing. And then we have pigs. We used to have goats. We just buy them and then fatten them and then sell them as a way of generating income. We harvest seeds from the fields, be it in the garden, be it in the fields, seeds of trees, seeds of vegetables. We bring them in here, we store them there, and then we could sell them to our visitors or customers and then the extra we could replant it in the garden, so that we become self-reliant. We are promoting self-reliance. We have courses that runs for 1 week, and then some runs for 2 weeks. And these bricks are called SSBs, soil stabilized blocks. They've got a cement element in them, and they can last for a long time. They are very cheap to produce. And they can stay for a long time as long as they don't get wet. But even if they get wet, because of the properties of cement that is inside, they become much stronger. And as I said earlier on, that our target group is the poor rural farmer. If you look at our structures, they are made in a way that even the rural farmer can afford. Look at the ceiling; it's made of reeds, many reeds that are found in rivers. It's not very expensive. The window frames is just planks, but at least the house is presentable. It's not all that bad. It's presentable. Yeah. So we are encouraging farmers at our level base to use local available resources. Something that doesn't pump out money, because money is used to get these days. Water that is harvested from the roof is diverted into these pits. These are water harvesting pits. We believe in permaculture that water which is above the ground is destructive, because if it joins forces, it can even sweep away a house. You know, the floods. So we try by all means to encourage farmers to let all runoff sink.
Straight away.
Let it sink, and then if it sinks, it becomes productive, because it will rise up again at night, and it will recharge the water tables. Then by so doing, you'll be having perennial boreholes. But if you leave it flowing, going away, it's lost forever. You'll never get it again.
So these are people's houses here, huh?
Yes, these are people's houses. This is just a model village whereby we are trying to show the farmers how they can set up their homes or their houses. We have the bedroom facing the northern hemisphere. It's because the sun here in Zimbabwe, it follows this direction. So if you build a house this way, it means only one room is going to get enough sunlight. The rest will be dark. So if you build it this way, at least all rooms will get enough sunlight. And at the same time, water that is harvested from there is diverted again into that pit. The whole system is called the pit bed. All the kitchen wastes are thrown in there, and then with the help of the water that is harvested from the roof into there, it decomposes quickly. And then after that, it will be manure. Then we retake the manure and then reapply on beds.
How does the water get there? Through the gutters?
Through this drain.
Drain.
Then the water that is harvested from that bedroom goes through the gutters into that tank. Unfortunately, we are not using the tank so far. Then you could use that water for washing your clothes or your plates.
And what about drinking water?
Drinking water, we get it from an electric borehole. It's somewhere there. And then as for soil preparation, we also have this herb here. It's called stinging nettle. Stinging nettle. We use this one to make liquid manure. Earlier on I said you can make liquid manure out of chicken droppings or fresh cow dung. But if you don't have all those, you could resort to this one. This one or Russian camphor. It's very, very rich in potassium, very rich in nitrogen. What you simply do is you harvest the leaves, you put them in a container. Then, due to fermentation, it decomposes. The liquid that you get is what we term liquid manure. And you can dilute it with fresh water, 1:1. And then you apply on your crops. Apart from making liquid manure, it's a very good suppressor of sugar diabetes. If somebody is sugar diabetic, you could resort to this one. Just make a herbal tea, and then you put a bit of honey, then you take it. It suppresses the disease. Blood poisoning, it also helps. And again, it's a repellent of snakes. Those who are in Zimbabwe who are living in region 4 or 5, there are lots of snakes. So you can just make a small jura of this one, because snakes doesn't penetrate on it. Maybe it's because of the spikes over there. It doesn't like snakes, and you could hardly find one crossing this one. So it's a very good repellent of snakes. We don't believe in plowing because if you turn up the soil, after 5-6 years, the soil becomes exhausted. It quickly becomes exhausted. Maybe what we encourage is we can do plowing maybe on staggering years. Maybe after 3 years you plow, after 3 years you plow. Or on these other years you could practice what we call minimum tillage, where there is little disturbance of the soil, so that the soil will remain intact. Holst building materials. This one is called the rope and washer pump. It's just maybe a simple borehole that is a bit advanced. It sucks water from the permanent water table using this rope. This rope has got washers. These washers. And these washers are at every 75 interval. So it rotates into the water table. Then it comes out through this PVC pipe. The volume of the PVC pipe is just similarly the same with the size of the washers. So whenever it sucks water from the water table, that water eventually comes out as you'll be rotating. It's working.
That's pure water, huh?
Yes, that's pure water.
That's absolutely fantastic, man. Jeez, you guys are so clever.
Yeah.
So I'm Alicia Harold-Coley, a marine scientist with Oceana, and we're very concerned about ocean acidification, which is the oceans becoming more acidic because they're absorbing carbon dioxide. And this higher acidity has negative impacts for many marine species and can possibly even cause crashes in marine ecosystems, marine food webs. We're looking at the possible decline, possible extinction even, of coral reefs by the end of this century. So we're extremely concerned about the oceans becoming more acidic. So the oceans absorb carbon dioxide, and this carbon dioxide bonds with ocean water to create an acid, carbonic acid. And that is how the oceans are becoming more acidic. And people, it's really important that individuals act by themselves to reduce their carbon emissions, but even more importantly, they need to be telling their policymakers, the people here today who are in Cancun, deciding what the future is going to be for the whole world, that they demand their policymakers really set low emissions and really reduce their emission targets for the future.
It's very weird. We're over there. Okay, and you came in through a gate up there. And there's up there. And there's all the milkwood forest there, and there's a nice big milkwood forest there. The idea is actually there's a small fence there, is to cut this off. This is for agricultural integrated farming, and this is 700 hectare to get it back as natural as possible. This is all game fence, the whole thing's game fence, which I found out yesterday that I need to get a permit now. That they must come out and they must inspect my game fence for me.
But hang on a sec, John, wasn't you telling us that they're finding out that fanbush is much more nutritious for many more animals than even the regular things that they've been eating up till now?
Yeah, especially the game. Or yeah, and that's fine. And they're doing that, and they're eating there, and it's fine. I mean, all I have to do with the game, because they're all browsers, all I have to do with the game is give them a lick, which just clears any, it's a lot of cactus in it, and I put some carbon into it. We'll make up our own licks. Just to keep them healthy, as far as parasites go, as much as possible. And that's fine. I don't give any other feed to them. But I'm talking about feeding into the local community, which is grains, dairy. How are we going to do that then? And I don't, frankly, don't really hold too much what nature conservation is saying. I'm going to do it anyway. Because within my own integrity, I feel a 10% or even less, 8% payoff of utilizing the land to maintain 700 hectares of pristine land is a fair swap.
Actually, I mean, for example, in our area, Stellenbosch area, it's the other way around, is they are trying to persuade farmers to put 10% to pristine. Yeah. So your figures are inverted.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't really give too much a hoot to what nature conservation do. I feel that my integrity...
I have a funny feeling that nature conservation are locked into a few strange paradigms.
Yeah.
What would you say were the paradigms?
Well, in short, I say there's an element of a kind of eco-fascism. They're not thinking holistically. I mean, you've pointed out is the sustainability. Sustainability is a major issue. How do you sustain, and there's a financial element as well as all the ecological elements and environment is as close to pristine as you'll probably ever get. And in an environment like this, you can see living water. And it's such a contrast to what you find in most agricultural systems, where water is invisible. It's almost entirely vanished from the soil. And all we really saw when we were passing through a lot of those agricultural lands was a lot of bare soil. And really, it's not surprising that our health in the national population is declining so much, as when we have food coming from such an impoverished environment. What's been shown in recent years with the movement and the interest in probiotic foods is the significance of having a healthy soil, in that a healthy food is in fact a home for a host of beneficial bacteria and fungi or microflora that are essential for our health. And once you start depleting a soil of its soil life, it doesn't become possible for the food from that area to have those populations of beneficial microflora in them. It's also what you're getting now is a wheat plant, for example, in that when we're going through the wheatlands, is so far removed from the original kinds of wheat that were cultivated and eaten by people. And that really applies across the board of all the varieties of food that we're eating, in that most of the products now are hardly recognizable compared to the original varieties that we were eating. But it's even seen and actually become in certain parts quite fashionable amongst chefs that it's the probiotic or the biotic elements, the flora that are contained within a food plant that give it the more subtle and tasty qualities that are appreciated by the fashion in cooking these days and are so vital to our health. It seems strange that we have to go and buy from the chemist a formulation of microorganisms, whereas if we only chose correctly, we could be eating homegrown organic food that contains the same kind of microflora that now a modern person in the city has to go and purchase over the counter at the pharmacy. Yeah, I mean, we have a pandemic of diabetes, a whole lot of other health complaints, an increase in cancers, a whole lot of reproductive problems that can be directly correlated to a poor diet and a diet of often very questionable products, particularly, I would say, on the genetically modified foods. And yet no one is taking any notice of the warning signs that are there where populations are eating those foods. You know, and it's not going to be your chemical tests, like I've seen some comparisons done where there's not a discernible difference in terms of chemical properties between foods, but very little testing is ever done on the biotic component of foods. There are some tests, such as the Brix tests, which are used in the wine industry, which do show a significant difference. But yet it's those probiotic elements, and each of those bacteria have a whole genetic formulation, in a sense, imprint that activates our own health and immune system and gives a resistance to disease. Yeah, but I think what's more important is what we were saying with Luke, Judy, in that, you know, just think of what he's done, like a small area like that, and he's feeding how many people? 20 people. You know?
Imagine if he
in
took
a sense,
little bit more land and did more.
Yeah, but
feed a lot of people.
But is that the option? To go on a model, you're still going to have to transport everything around?
Yeah, but it could be done nearby where everybody lives. However many people there are, you have that much space.
An insane situation where large numbers of people move from highly fertile, well-watered areas into urban slums where there is massive desertification, huge endemics of disease and health problems. They have a poor diet. They live incredibly stressful lives. Whereas if communities were encouraged to develop the areas that they came from, you would have a massively healthier population. There wouldn't be issues of unemployment because you are engaged actively in providing your sustenance and shelter. There wouldn't be any of the same kind of social stresses and so on that exist. And they would be eating healthy food daily, you know, in areas that have the greatest potential. So we've got things upside down in a sense. We have the Western Cape where land is the most expensive, and yet even from a conventional perspective it's the least productive agricultural land, and yet daily we have a massive mushrooming of the population on a piece of ground that cannot really sustain it, both in terms of water, the energy question. We then have compounded problems of pollution, and never mind all the multitude of social issues of a large concentration of people who don't really have employment. It would definitely, I mean, I really admire those initiatives that have taken place in those communities to provide food and income, because there is such a premium now on producing food, and the cost of food is escalating almost daily. So those initiatives that have taken place in our high-density suburbs of the Western Cape are actually doing extremely well in that they are generating a fair income and showing that it is possible to produce food under extreme conditions. And perhaps one of the most remarkable things about the Western Cape is how much it can produce on what is considered, from conventional terms, poor soil. And yet the Cape sustains a massive population and, relatively speaking, has a massive production. And if those kind of efforts were applied in the more naturally fertile parts of the country, this country, I think, would be the breadbasket of Africa. As it stands, we're facing a crisis of having to import most of our food.
What about the water here?
Well, here you've got living water. If you look at the water, it's moving and swirling and pulsing. There's light and dark. And this is the kind of water that, from a biological perspective, is able to bring nutrients and bring health and carry and sustain life. When you have water that has gone through an industrial process, the molecules of water are in a chaotic state and are not able to carry the active minerals or nutrients that they are. They also don't have the health-giving properties that a living water like this would have. And water such as this has the abilities to sustain plants, whereas water that is being denatured and with life destroyed out of it is not able to sustain life, or you certainly need a great deal more volume than you would with living water such as this.
Have you ever seen the results of the difference of plants fed with one and plants fed with the other?
The most dramatic example of that really occurs with rainfall. It's extraordinary. Like the other day we had a light rain of less than 3 millimeters in the garden that I'm responsible for nurturing at the moment. And yet for 2-3 days afterwards there was no need to do any irrigation, and all of the plants perked up noticeably. There was a visible increase in growth and a kind of vibrancy to the foliage of the plants in the garden. Whereas you can during the more harsher periods when there was no rainfall. You can irrigate like mad, and somehow that vitality in the plants was not as evident as a mere shower of 3 millimeters of rain.
What do you put that down to?
Living water is that water that goes through the natural water cycle and is activated by the process of precipitation, the flow forms that are taking place in cloud, and so you have biologically active living water. Whereas water that's gone through an irrigation system is contaminated with pollutants. It's dead water, it's been sitting in a reservoir, so it's not circulating, and simply does not have the quality that natural rainfall has on a plant.
If you were to make a proposal of what is the best way of utilizing our precious water in a time of extreme drought, in the best possible way we can to produce just the most nutrient foods in the best way, how would you recommend we spend that water?
Well, we have a number of anomalies. We use massive volumes of water in industry. We use massive volumes of water in domestic situations. We have a situation in the Western Cape where water is distributed at random through the townships without any charge. And it's not surprising then that you find that in the Western Cape is using almost up to 40% of its capacity water a year. And actually the highest proportion is to the city. I mean, I think it's a fallacy that the farmers are using it all up. It's urban developments. One of the most inefficient uses of water takes place on a thing like a golf course, or what I call green deserts and lawns, where massive volumes of water are pumped out onto a surface. They then move through the system and end up causing drainage problems. So our design on the water system is short and lacking. I know for certain that the same amount of water that is applied, for example, onto a golf course could sustain quite a number of hectares of food production. And I mean, what I've seen with a polyculture organic system, a hectare of organically grown food can yield about R250,000 per annum of valuable product. That's using last year's figures. And if we consider the inflation of costs of food, that's going to escalate. Compared to the returns from a piece of open grassland on a golf course, I doubt whether the subscriptions are going to match that kind of income generation or necessity generation. Whereas the subscriptions are really just pandering to a very elite selection of the population and not benefiting the population as a whole. And it gets compounded further by the kind of addiction to chemicals that takes place in that kind of environment, of massive applications of fertilizer, herbicides, pesticides, and so forth, to maintain that situation. So really, a situation like that is one of, from an ecological perspective, the greatest disasters we're facing. And with very simple planning, if those resources were recycled into a food production system, we would have a great deal more satisfactory situation in terms of nutrition for the population in that area. No, I haven't.
What do you wish for this country?
That it's flourishing. Definitely. That the country flourishes to its potential. I mean, actually, this country has incredible potential. It really does. And that includes the human resources, as well as all our natural resources. It's well blessed with natural resources. It's a splendid place. And it really should be flourishing.
What should governments ban or promote that would work? That would help us get us out of the shit? What would you say? Tell us a few things.
I think it has to start with communities. You have to empower communities to take hold of their own destiny instead of becoming dependents. That's very important, and there's a holistic, it's definitely a holistic approach would be needed. We should thrive on our diversity instead of nitpicking in our diversity. And I'm talking here of populations. Populations should be allowed to nurture themselves instead of forming into lagers that are feeling constantly threatened. I think a rethink on urbanization is desperately needed, personally. It's not a mode that has worked anywhere satisfactorily throughout our cultural history. Most metropolitan cultures have ended up extinct, and we should really learn from that. It seems that we failed to learn from it. I don't think there's an exception to that. We kind of think that New York is beautiful and wonderful and it's going to last forever. But there's no ways a metropolitan area that large, and we could speak of more local urban centers, can sustain themselves. They are entirely dependent on importing their requirements. And with the kind of culture of plundering our resources instead of respecting and nurturing our resources, they're going to run out. Resources are going to run out, and urban centers are going to face even more extreme crises than they're going to face at the moment. And that we should see that. And we should take steps to develop a society where, if you like, the load is spread, and we have many more smaller, more balanced communities.
Population control?
Autonomous. Versus globalization.
Funny enough, I think there's something very anti-life about population control. That's my own personal opinion.
It's because you've got 5 kids.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is, but I think there's something anti-life about it. It's true that the escalation of the human population is alarming, but is it alarming because of the concentrations of people in urban centers, or is it alarming simply because of the increase in numbers? Is it alarming because of the plundering of the planet? Okay, that increased population would, in a sense, people think implicitly imply. Or is it actually the industrial mode that is the danger? And personally, I would tend to think it's our industrial mode that is the problem.
So you think it's actually possible for us to continue to have continually and forever escalating population boom?
No, it can't happen.
Then at what point would you say this anti-life thing would kick in?
Nature's going to kick in anyway, whether we like it or not. There will be natural controls coming in. They might be shocking. Maybe they are kicking in with the massive health problems that are occurring in the first world. It's nature's way of kicking back and trying to balance things out. So you could almost say is that high concentration of people is asking for pathology of some sort or another. Some disease, some crisis is inevitable.
Globalization?
Yeah, I think it's an insidious arrangement.
It's terrible.
I do. Because it's
would
tied.
Would you ban monoculture?
Look, it's on terminology. Generally, look, a golf course is a monoculture. No, I don't think it's healthy. It's elitism applied to plants. You know, so society's elitism is transferred and manifested in its mode of agriculture. it's a kind of elitism. Very much so. On many levels, economic, social, product. Eliminate competitors. I mean, what's shocking is the loss of diversity. We should cherish diversity and not eliminate it.
Diversity, smursty, who cares? What would you say to that?
I laugh at the ignorance of the comment. Or I smile. There's a rather sinister element to it, but really shame on the person who is seeing the world like that.
I spoke to an environmentalist who told me, oh no, we've already accepted that there's going to be a halving of species, but that's okay. Do you think that that is just them being practical, or do you think it's them given basically shouldn't be call themselves environmentalists?
I think they're speaking from a comfortable perspective and have never really faced life-threatening situations. Because if they had faced life-threatening situations, they wouldn't make a remark like that. So that is a very comfortable elitist position. Yeah, there's a smugness to it that's actually tragically unrealistic. That person is extremely naive about how harsh life can be for most of the population.
Do you think we're better off now than we were 50 years plus ago?
No, not really, no. I might even say that we're worse off. I don't think technology has really contributed as much as it makes out that it has contributed. If you consider in the last 50 years the loss of habitat and natural resources, the massive utilization of finite fuel, no. We're still engaged in warfare. No. If anything, I think the desertification of the planet is far more alarming in the last 50 years than it has ever been. And I don't mean desertification, I mean it in every single respect. Creativity, I think, has diminished. So there's been a kind of desertification of creativity. We have mass-produced creativity. And so the initiative of individuals to be creative has been lost. And that, I think, is one of the most tragic things. And then there's desertification, quite literally, of our environment, where environment has become totally degraded. And that has escalated in the last 50 years. I don't think health problems have been solved by technology, as they're alleged to be done. I don't think wealth is a very good indicator, because we seem to have almost more poverty than we had 50 years ago. And people might have lived mighty simple lives, but the sense of impoverishment was not there. That has escalated. So even though people lived a lot very simple, humble lives, they were a great deal more content, healthier, and more creative.
What do you teach your children about, what do you wish for your children to do about the future, if anything? Do you think it's not their problem? Or do you hope that they somehow can undo what's been done?
I hope they have the initiative and creativity to deal with the challenges that are undoubtedly going to be presented to them. I think, in a sense, as a guidance with my children, we have had adventures over them. We've tried to teach the children to deal with challenges. And I think that's very important. So, for example, the challenges of a new country, a new language, being able to adapt. So I think that's the most important thing, is to be lively enough to deal with the challenges that we are facing. And one can only hope that they survive and flourish.
Why is the Ganges almost over? Because the glacier is melting 1,000 times faster than it was predicted to melt. So it's already gone in by about 5 kilometers. Now, it's happened now in today's news. You have seen that the Alps have got no snow this year. If the Alps get no snow, Europe gets no water. So it's already upon us. So when we use language like, oh, in 2050 it's happened, nobody for a minute believes A, that they will die, but 2, that they will ever see 2050, strangely enough. Both these beliefs exist in our minds. So if we can say, we are already in the middle of the climate change, we're done, we're finished. It's not only the polar bears who are hanging about in little islands. We are hanging about little islands. If I get 7 million Bangladeshi refugees per year, because Bangladesh is going down, because it's a coastal area, then my life is already over. How can I mean, euro can fail today, the rupee tomorrow. How can I stop revolution in my country? How can I stop anything from happening if I'm absolutely inundated with refugees? So what are we talking about? The quality of life is already over. Now it's just life we're looking at. So if we would change our language and realize that we are where we are, right in the middle of it, then perhaps people might work with more urgency. Secondly, if we stop data collection for a little bit and just get on to action. 3, if we stop COP17, COP20, COP92 and just do it as countries, realizing that we are in the middle of a crisis and each country has to deal with it, whether legislation or force or persuasion or what, and call a moratorium, for God's sake, on population building. Instead of giving incentives to having a 5th child, as so many countries still do, and just say, okay, for the next 5 years, we will all not have children, and let's see what we can do with our resources then. I mean, we'll have to do something. The point is nobody's doing anything, because we all think it's still in the future. I mean, the day New Orleans died should have been a wake-up for everybody. The fact that Japan has let radioactive water swish about, and all of us are covering it up instead of noticing the huge amounts of fish that are washing up. If we notice the 400 black holes in the ocean caused by just urea, and the US and India being the highest urea users in the world, even that we haven't stopped. Now, in all our economies, methane is playing a biofuel part. There's an intention of every country to increase methane, not decrease it, so that it takes the place of carbon dioxide. Hello? Does that make any sense at all? I mean, India has a proper economic plan to increase methane use. So, again, another long answer. Sorry.
Thank you.
And there just doesn't seem to be any short answers here. I wish I could just reply with yes.
Maybe I'll think of something. The World Preservation Foundation has seen a number of solutions that can actually work, and one of them is the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency have said that the quickest way and the cheapest way to pull down carbon dioxide, to stop the heating, is to plant trees, to grow trees rather, and grass, to take the livestock off all the rangelands, all the pastures of the world. And that would cost only 20% of any other mitigation proposal. Now,
where do you take these cattle off?
Two years ago, the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency produced it. I'm happy to be happy to get it. In Africa, 51% of the continent is actually high rainfall savanna. That is, there's more than 3/4 of a metre rainfall. And we're told that with that rainfall, if the savanna was not burned, it would return to woodland and forest. So there we have a huge potential to soak up. It's in Africa, fire is used commonly to maintain pastures, to burn out old grasses. Several times a year they fire.
No, it's used in India as well. It's used in China. It's used all over the world.
Yeah.
Fire is used as a method to clean up.
Yeah. So I share your concern, but I do see these solutions are there, are readily available for us.
I don't see any
How do you think we should?
I don't see tree planting as a solution that will work immediately. After a tree is not a tomato plant. It doesn't grow in 2 months. I can plant a billion, million, trillion trees. And I will still have to wait 50 years for them to turn into a forest. Right? A tree, 100 trees does not a forest make.
No. But there are many areas that will regrow naturally.
No, I'm saying even if we let it regrow naturally, or even whether we plant them, it's still not a solution that will work for me right now. It will not stop the Arctic from melting. I'm more concerned with the permafrost in the Arctic than I am with anything else. Because if they melt, and we've still got the ozone holes there, then nothing stops us from completely going over the edge. So give me a solution that will stop the Arctic from melting, that will keep the permafrost, keep its methane. Give me that solution. Don't give me about putting 5 cattle into a room and letting the grass grow naturally. We're looking at titch-button solutions. That's why NGOs do, halfpenny worth of work and then congratulate themselves horribly. Or governments use NGO work to say how well they're doing. But tell me the one solution that will stop the Arctic. That's all. That's the one point we need to go to. Not Durban, not India, not anywhere else.
So, Madam Gandhi, I have a question from the moderator. In the mitigation strategy... Sorry.
Yeah, tell me.
No, just to follow on this question, you mentioned mitigation strategy from grassland. I'm just wondering if you could share with us your opinion of the difference of changing diet versus a mitigation strategy like that.
If you don't eat, you don't have to take... You see, the Netherlands is suggesting every country has come up with its own crackpot solution, all right, to remove 12% and 15%. US says make pigs with 3 stomachs and cows that have produced less fermentation, right? All the scientific establishment is now working on biogenetics for animals to make them produce less methane. Netherlands, as you say, is saying let's take them all off the pastures and put them into rooms. The point is, whether you put them into rooms or you put them outside, they're going to produce the same methane levels. Yeah? So the best is not to have them at all. And the only way you could not have them is by not eating them. So don't eat them, and by next year they won't be there. And then you can have all the pastures you want. You can have all the regeneration you want. All the fires that are set in our countries are to clean up the areas for cattle, so they won't be set anymore.
So do you think the vegan solution is a real solution?
I'm saying not only is it a real solution, but it's an immediate solution. Within 3 years, you will have given us a breather to work out the carbon dioxide problem. Here we're not even getting the breather.
Yes, South Africa Broadcasting.
There's a lot of even sort of
Sorry,
people. My name is Judy Searle. I'm on assignment for 50/50 SABC TV2. There's a lot of people who in the main plenary discussions, the fact that methane is not on the table is really ridiculous. But even what is on the table, the fact that there is so much contesting of everything that is trying to prevent us from using a fossil fuel-based society, it doesn't make sense. There's a lot of people who've, as a result, come to think of it as like a conspiracy, that the government's actually working for the oil companies, and we're just fools who just go along with it, and we believe we have democracy because we get a vote once every 5 years. Is there any other reason that you can think of why
No,
the
absolutely.
world would actually choose to actually, I mean, those people who are in there discussing nothing except money, surely they either don't believe it or there's some other agenda. Have you got any idea what it could be? And the second question is the sea. I'm really very worried about our situation in the sea. Can you just tell me what you would have told us if you'd had more time last night about the sea?
Well, the first thing I'm going to tell you is that why are people quarreling inside COP? Because not a single one knows what they're saying. They're all career diplomats, career bureaucrats and career politicians, none of whom are scientists and none of whom have actually got any positions except country positions, which are that I will take home more than the other. If you look at the COP from 1 to 17, the same person hasn't attended the next COP, either the same minister nor the same bureaucrat. Most of them, like for instance in India, the person who's coming here was appointed last week. So hasn't got a position at all, except I won't do what my predecessor did. So what you're dealing with is people who are talking about matters they know nothing about, to an audience which is not in Durban, but in their own countries. And it's about a subject that cannot be dealt with, as I said before. Why would I quarrel with you? And why would I keep quarreling with you? Unless I didn't know what I was talking about. 2, I didn't know what I wanted. What do we want with carbon dioxide? As I said, what is the position? What are we quarreling about? Not one person at COP17 is saying, all right, I will do this. Let's quarrel about this. Shall we put off coal first or cars first? That hasn't even come to the table. The quarrel is, you have more carbon dioxide than I have. Therefore, you must allow me to have as much carbon dioxide as you have before I mitigate it. That is the quarrel, right? To put it simply. Now that has half the world on one side and half the world on the other. Now that is not a bridge you can divide, because the developed world is saying, okay, we've made the mistakes, please don't make them again. We will pay you money not to do it. And the developing world is saying, I know, I'm sorry, that's too late, I can't go back with just this much money. If you give me this much money, I'll think about it. But in actual fact, I'm not going to change because I'm going to do what you did. That's the only quarrel. So the actual nitty-gritty in COP17 or COP1, COP8, COP10, Rio, wherever you, Kyoto, Copenhagen, has not even come onto the table for negotiating. Which is, alright, am I putting a moratorium? You will be allowed to have 500,000 cars and I will be allowed to have 500,000 cars. Fine. Now let's talk about this. But that hasn't even come onto the table. Okay, you will be allowed to have 400 coal-based plants and I will be allowed to have 400 coal-based plants. Once you get to actuals, then there will be no more quarreling, then we're dealing. And we will be able to reach a sensible solution. But we haven't even reached the point of dealing. Because there's nothing to deal with. What we're actually doing is saying, I'm going to do what you're going to do, and you're saying, no, you're not going to do what I'm going to do. And I'll pay you not to do it, but my money is very little because my euro is going down the drain and I've got a recession going on in the US, so I'm going to give you very little. End of problem. So that is the problem. That is the reason why COP is achieving nothing. The second is about the sea, the ocean. You mean the ocean?
Yeah.
The ocean, unless you stop fishing, is dead. Unless you stop using it as the largest garbage dump on the earth, it's dead. Unless you start saying that using it as a resource, as a permanent oxygen sink, rather than a fish catching country, you're finished. After all, if I use urea, it all pours into the ocean. But I'm not the only one. You're pouring cyanide into the ocean, you're pouring your oil into the ocean, you're pouring everything into the ocean as we speak, every minute of the day. So it's not holding up at all. 400 black holes, each black hole is between 100 kilometers to 200 kilometers, which means we're looking at, what is a black hole? It's a hole that goes from the ocean floor to the top. And within it, there is no oxygen, there's not even this much signs of life. It is like a dead star. No fish will go through it. Nobody can enter it. If you go in, you may not come out. And it has only been created by an excess of algae, which were created by the chemicals we put in. And they destroyed the ocean, that part of it, till no fish, nothing exists in it. Now these are not reparable. They will be there forever. And you had 16 6 years ago. You have 400 now. So how long is it going to be if the whole of the ocean is a black hole? Where will our water come from? After your clouds pick up water from the ocean and give it to us as fresh water? Where will we get water from if it's all a black hole? So the ocean is not something that we can even save. After all, your corals are almost all white now. And they are the biggest bioindicators. You have to stop fishing. You have to stop using it as a garbage dump. It's easily done. If you just stop fishing, you stop fishing. After all, when they said you can't kill whales, then everybody stopped killing whales, except Japan and Norway. So there are things that have to be done by executive order. But they're not even on the table as yet. Nobody is saying stop fishing. They're looking at quotas. You fished out the Arctic, so you go to the Pacific. You fished out the Pacific, now you go to the Indian Ocean. So I don't really have much hope. But in any case, all of it becomes irrelevant when the Arctic ice melts. So, I know, so boring, so despondent. I wish I could say something so happy that we would all be jumping about for joy.
Are there follow-on questions? Yes.
Hello.
Please identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Mafeno from the University of South Africa. Okay. Just listening to all this, man, of course, there's a sense of despondence and almost loss of hope. And I'm hoping that we might be able to come out of this. But surely, I doubt if it will be an overnight sort of solution as we are proposing. My question is twofold. Firstly, everything I think in the world is tied to economics, commercialization of this, that, or that, which is the money element. And that is why we have these big conglomerates, all of them defending their positions and doing what they're doing. I mean, there is money involved in commercialization. Now, from the message that is coming from your side, it's more, I would imagine, of an appeal to an individual, your ordinary man in the street, to say, change your lifestyle, basically, something that I'm very much for. But it's a case of how realistic is that? Because it's one thing to say, hey, let's look that way. For me, it's a case of how do we, if we were to just put simple, realistic steps for an ordinary person.
What I'm saying is don't change your lifestyle. That's the thing that everybody doesn't understand. The carbon dioxide quarrelers, the ones that have taken carbon dioxide as their main message, are saying change your lifestyle, which is what nobody's prepared to do, including me. If you tell me don't go for a holiday, roam around in the dark, go to sleep before 6 because there's no electricity after 6, I'm not going to do it, right? I mean, Greece was dying and it still wouldn't change its lifestyle, right? So I'm saying, have as many cars as you want, put all the electricity on, do what you want, don't change your lifestyle, except in one small fashion. Don't eat meat.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't eat fish. Now that is the least of your lifestyle changes. If I asked you a simple question, give me a choice, whether you will use your car or whether you will eat meat. If you eat meat, you will not get a car, and you will not get buses, you will not get transport. Which one would you choose?
Well, look, it sounds all simplistic the way you...
No, it's quite simple. It's quite simple because one says, I'm saying use as much carbon dioxide as you want, give up the methane. Now you have to take a choice. Obviously, anybody will say, no, a car represents for me freedom. Travel represents for me liberty. Whereas meat is irrelevant if I have great vegetables, if I have great food to eat, if I have mock meat, if I have things that taste the same as meat. After all, it's taste that you're worried about, right? And what we're saying is that without the methane content, we can give you the same meat because that is where technology has already reached. So what would you rather give up?
See, what I'm trying to say, ma'am, is that look, I'm talking as a man in the street, somebody that lives in an ordinary community where, for whatever reason, over the last, I don't know how many years now, people's diet is so much made of, stuff from meat. Essentially,
Absolutely.
Now, that is a radical change to say to somebody, I mean, as you know, South Africa is one of the...
But I need to present it, governments need to present it as an either-or solution. If you do meat and cars, you die. So now you do meat or cars, meat or electricity, and you live well. Which one would you choose? Tell me.
Well, I know what you're leading to, but I'm saying, practically speaking, for an ordinary
So then we be practical,
for an
we
ordinary
don't
guy,
die.
wherever he works, there's a KFC, there's a McDonald's there, there's this, there.
But that's there because you eat it.
So if we were to say to them, guys, this is what we should be doing, a step-by-step process.
There's no step-by-step time now.
Of living or living off.
I'm saying we are trying to do a step-by-step. We are saying, I'm not standing here with a stick and we are presenting to you delicious alternatives. We are presenting to you, after all, we are all as well dressed. We live just as well. There are no aging hippies here. We are all reasonably good in our professions. All we're saying is we do not believe in destroying the earth. And we believe that if you remove methane you can do well. That's all we're asking you to do, is to bring it onto the table. And this step-by-step approach has been tried for carbon dioxide. It hasn't worked for even one step. After all, after spending something like $100 trillion, solar energy is still 3% of the world's total electricity mix. So that's step-by-step. That's a step-by-step approach. So no doubt by the time we all die, it will reach 5%. So what we're saying is governments now have to take a decision and say that no meat now. Why don't governments say no drugs, no cocaine? Some governments will at some point say no smoking, hopefully. So why don't they just say no meat? Or not no meat, I'm saying, no meat export. You want to eat meat, produce it yourself. You'll find half of the world can't produce it.
Yeah, briefly, just to follow up on what, my name is Melanie St. James. I'm here from Empowerment Works. We're based in California. We're a global sustainability think tank in action. And the first thing I'm hearing is that there's a lack of evidence-based policy making. And so, Madam Gandhi, from your experience, long experience in government in India, what do you feel would enable, what mechanisms could on a national level, like you said, so we can take action, each country do what they can. What have you seen to be effective? And also in regards to what is culturally relevant and normal, just wanted to call attention to Dr. Mienge's presentation yesterday about the proteins that have been traditionally in the African diet, and actually that the meat consumption is more of a neo-colonial consumer-based strategy and marketing from globalization, and the evidence of that historically, and how that has really become more of a market trend rather than our own culture here, or the culture here.
So the question is, what should governments do? Is that the question?
How can evidence become part of the policy-making framework?
The first thing is to, I'll tell you a story. I don't know whether it should be on television, but it's a correct story. When I was 32, I was Minister for Environment, and I was sent off to fight to work the Montreal Protocol because India was holding up the entire agreement. So before I left, I asked the Prime Minister, what should I say? And he said, I don't care, say anything. And so I actually studied, and we managed to get the protocol through. But that were my specific directions. I don't care, do what you like. So the first thing is perhaps to bring these up in all parliaments. Let people bring up methane for debate. Let everybody realize the seriousness of the situation. And then let governments sit together and work at it in their own way. If some people want to do coal first, let them do coal. If some people want to stop meat export, as India should. If some people want to reduce leather, then put moratoria on, for instance, no leather to be worn by children on school shoes. No leather to be worn here or there, or whatever. in large groupings. Now those things can be adjudicated executively. For instance, the Supreme Court in America has ruled that vegetables have to be given to children in schools. Now, after the Supreme Court has made its decision about giving vegetables to children in schools, the American government has allowed pizzas to be called vegetables. So, I mean, you have to make up your mind. But things can be done by governments. And the rest is, of course, if one person stops eating meat, that's 15,000 less animals being born. So if each one says, okay, I'm not stopping it from today, then you make a huge difference, huge. If you instead say, oh no, I won't eat cattle from today, but I'll eat chickens, then you are creating a bigger crisis, because for every bit of chicken, you have to have 10 more chickens than you have to have a cow. And if cattle release, one cow releases 600 liters of methane, a chicken releases 250. So you actually at the same crisis. So you have to, each person has to now make up their mind for themselves. But yes, governments, I don't know how governments can do it. I know how the Indian government can do it. Bring it into parliament, let it be talked through, let decisions be made executively, and they will be followed.
It seems very strange, but that a whole conference on global warming actually ends up with the governments talking about money. But that seems what they're talking about. They're not really talking about saving our planet, they're talking about money. And it leads you to begin, especially with all the things that have been happening with the world of money, and you begin to realize money is really a scam, isn't it? It's just a way of controlling the resources of the world.
No, but they're talking about money because there's nothing else to talk about. If I say that I'm going to pollute as much as you pollute, and you pay me for not polluting, then the answer is money. But how do you stop? See, the people giving the money, the United States was giving a polluter fund, right? Now I know in India that you did the stupidest things and then you claimed that money. So you didn't actually make any difference. Suppose I was running a shop and I decided instead of giving plastic bags out, I gave paper bags out. Then I would get money from the polluters fund. Suppose I grew 15 trees in my backyard, I could then claim money from the polluters fund. So if you're going to throw money about like that, then the talk will always be about money because there's never enough. But there's no way in which the people taking the money are using it sensibly. And there's no way that the people giving the money can or even should give it. Alright, I made a mistake, I polluted the planet. Why should I give you money now not to pollute it? You do it yourself because in any case we're going to die. Maybe because of my mistake, but you're dying just as much.
The thing that also worries me about money is it's a means of certain very few individuals controlling the world. And so
we never get that far because there's never enough money. So how do they control the world?
They just create more.
No, America gives the money, but they give it to the Indian government, for instance. The Indian government disperses it like a normal lunatic would, which means straight into the dustbin. In terms of paper bag replacements or other rubbish. So nobody controls anybody, it's just money for jam. You can just throw it away.
Do you foresee us ever living in a world without money? Because I think that's the solution. Because then it changes the power.
I would be hard put to get up every morning and say, okay, how much does this cost that I can exchange for an egg or not? I'd have to reevaluate everything I owned. And it would open up huge exploitation of mines. It would lead to more wood cutting. Because then you're exchanging. The barter system in this day and age, with our mentality, would destroy the world in 3.5 minutes flat.
Why would it have to be barter at all? Why do you have to evaluate everything? Why don't we just put in because we want to? Because we just want to contribute something to the planet?
Because when we were doing that, there were probably 1 million people on the planet. And now there are 7 billion. And I can't see 7 billion people actually negotiating a lack of tender, legal tender.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from Madame Gandhi?
We should go to Daniel now. He probably has far more sensible things to say.
I just want to ask guys, my name is Jean, we run a small farm in Canada, and one of the problems is we sell 2 tomatoes, and that costs people $1. And they go, $1 for 2 tomatoes? I can go get a hamburger at McDonald's or another place for $1. And this is caused by subsidies. This problem of
I want to grow and export peas. I have to buy land, put in the pea seeds, harvest them, can them, send them abroad, all at my own expense. But if I want to export meat, I grow the meat. When I say grow the meat, the goat can graze free on government land, denuding all the hills and villages of their rightful pastures. It's free. I then take it to a government slaughterhouse where it costs me 1 rupee, that's about 1 cent or 2 cents, to get each goat killed and cleaned and packed for me. And I then export it, and for every meat goat that I export, I get an incentive of double of what it cost me. And if I want to set up a slaughterhouse myself, I get a free loan from I get a free grant from the government of 20 million rupees. And I can set it up and I don't have to repay the loan. So that is the kind of incentive I have for creating meat and for feeding the rest of the world. So as a result, I have no forests left. I have no pastures left. Oh, absolutely. There's a demand for it. But there's a demand for it because I created it. I'm giving to them free. I give you 1 kilo of meat at 20 cents. So obviously there will be a demand for a 20-cent meat. And I can give it to you at 20 cents because the pasture has come free, the forest has come free, people's water has come free. I have created only death and devastation in the villages because they have no plants left, they have no water left because of the goats. We have whole, mountain ranges like the Aravalis, which have not got one plant on them left anymore. My sewage systems are blocked up with blood. Everything, and that's why I can sell meat for 20 cents a kilo, which is what I'm doing. That is why I'm feeding the whole of the Middle East. So if I remove those subsidies and said, okay, you want to grow goats, you tether those goats, you feed them on food that you've grown yourself. You will use your own slaughterhouse and you will pay this much money for the slaughterhouse. You will look after your own sewage boy. You will do everything that I do as a vegetarian to grow food. And when you send it abroad, I'm not giving you an incentive to export it, you export it and whatever money you get, good for you. Then my meat instead of 20 cents will cost $200. And then there will be no demand for it, I assure you.
Thank you, Madam Gandhi. Dr. Daniel Maingi is a molecular biologist with a passion for conservation of both biodiversity and ecosystems. He is also a devoted vegan. Daniel has served in both public and private research organizations in Kenya and in the United States. Dr. Maingi works with numerous organizations to preserve natural habitats, to feed the hungry, and to help small farmers thrive through sustainable agricultural practices. We will take your questions after a few comments from Dr. Daniel Maingi.
Thank you, members of the press. I think I'd like to twist most of the discussion this afternoon to the questions of Africa and its place in the climate change debate. I think from many of your scientific journals and papers that you read, the evidence actually shows that the African person, whether here or in diaspora, is more affected by lifestyle diseases. You go to the US and you find the Black American, the African American people are the ones with the highest rates of heart attacks and also diabetes. And you come to Kenya, you come to Nigeria or even South Africa, and as soon as you introduce meat, you start getting a lot of problems, and then the health cost goes up. in the hospitals and all that, simply because for many years, Africans never used to eat much meat as we are being forced to eat right now. Most of the diet was based on protein coming from plant sources. And I can tell you the case of Ethiopia, which has this particular plant. It's in the millet wheat family. It's called teff. It has the highest amount of protein in it. And if you make what they call the injera and put all your other greens on it, you won't need any other protein from anywhere else. Now that we are in the stage of globalization and we need McDonald's, we need Kentucky Fried Chicken to come in so that we feel we have reached, then it has become very common that as soon as our income goes up a little, then it's a privilege to go and eat meat. And then you eat meat not once a week, but almost every day. And now you're at the stage where you're eating meat for breakfast, meat for lunch, and meat for dinner. Unfortunately, and this is my specialty, that's my area of training, your genetics don't allow that kind of situation. Your heart gets clogged and you're falling around like flies. And so what I'm saying is that really we in Africa, we should resist from the persuasions on the billboards that, oh, this slab of dripping meat looks so good and yummy. We should really get away from that and stay on what we used to do, and that is eat a variety of many things. And then I know there are so many negotiations, but there are others that are also related, where we have come to a point where US subsidies for their farmers in the USA are producing so much grain for their cattle. But then once their cattle are fed, they have still so much surplus and they're exporting it to Africa. And in Africa, we end up eating what the animals were supposed to be eating. In the GMO meat, GMO corn, that's what is being exported to Africa. Our World Food Program are exporting all that stuff. And why? Because we, back in the 70s and 60s, there was a revolution, the agricultural revolution, which is called the Green Revolution. And now we have come back around to the stage where we have a second green revolution that is being pushed by very prominent people. What is called the new revolution for a green, the new green revolution for Africa. Where again, and this is very true, we burn up a lot of the savannas, like our friend from the Preservation Foundation is saying. We burn up a lot of forests in order to be able to put plantations for corn and soya, and we feed back into the market for cheap grain that will feed the animals. But if there's surplus, we feed the human beings. So let me call you back to the point. Climate change is really being fueled by our lifestyle changes. And if we can cut back, like we have always been, on eating meat, then we can begin to make impacts, not in 50 years, but within the next 10 years.
Within the next 10 months, depending on how many people leave it.
So can we take questions for Dr. Wayne?
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Judy Sawley from SABC TV. I've been very interested in the position of meat and health for a long time because to some extent it seems almost poetic justice that what we do to animals should result in making us suffer so much. And yet in Africa there's this statement, meat is meat and a man must eat, and that's become synonymous. It's considered male, especially I think now amongst than black males, I think, particularly. But I think even amongst the South African males, it's meat is meat and a man must eat. In actual fact, they found out that, and I think that with the amount of female hormones that you get in your meat, exactly the opposite actually occurs. Could you comment further on that? And also, one other thing is that could you comment also on the amount of toxins that are in battery farm meat, please, and what effect it might have on our immune systems?
Thank you so much. I'm told there's a very popular song in South Africa that is talking about women who are very well endowed in their behinds.
My mom is genetic. Say it.
Yes, and unfortunately, I don't know why, but really we should address the question of what we are eating, what it's doing to ourselves, and stop confusing where our attractions are going. It can be good for a short time, but it's very bad for your heart. And talking about what's happening, whether it's the fast food that we're eating, or the chicken, or the meat, I began by talking about the African DNA, the African gene, being so responsive to input, and especially of the proteins that we're putting in. But it has a lot more to do with the hormones that are in the whole food system, which is suddenly unnatural for the African gene. And in particular, when you talk about chicken, my mother, who I have actually asked her to, and dissuaded her from growing broiler chicken. Her chicken gets to the market in 3 weeks. By the 5th week, it's too big and nobody will buy it. Whether you like
and this is putting a huge amount of strain on other foreign countries that are trying to do their utmost best to preserve their conservation and wildlife species. And this demand is being fueled by extremely wealthy organized crime syndicates, including individuals and gangs, which are fueling this multi-billion industry, annual industry on wildlife trafficking. And it puts a huge amount of strain on the countries that are prepared to fight it. They are taking responsibility and a serious look at this. And trying to fight this war, which is costing these countries, which are generally third world developing countries that have many of the different diversity of wildlife species. And they need to fund this and fund their law enforcement units, game reserves and vehicles. It's a huge expense on a monthly or yearly time period. And the governments need to become as involved as possible, as these are natural resources, which is a huge financial income for the country, which will help with employment, which will generally have a knock-on effect with other criminal activities, not only with wildlife. There's a number of other aspects that are all interlinked with these organized crime syndicates. And one of the biggest things I am personally finding as a struggle, which is becoming a bit of a problem, is the lack of support from certain governments around the world and their interaction and collaboration between international governments and enforcing the laws. So there seems to be quite a lot of pressure coming from organizations. There's manpower, there's resources, there's financial funding available, and passion. And these companies and organizations are prepared to get involved and stop the wildlife trafficking in different countries all over the world. but unfortunately you cannot just, as an organization, stop vehicles and check shipments that are coming into ports and harbors. So you need the support from the government and local law enforcement agencies in order to search and seize any articles that you may find. So at the moment, most organizations are gathering intelligence, working as closely with law enforcement agencies and local government agencies, passing on the information and hoping that they then act on it. So the organizations are basically acting as advisors to the government, but at the end of the day, it's unfortunately completely up to the government in what role they play in trying to curb this international anti-poaching.
Would you go so far as to say that in actual fact the actions of government by forbidding the people who are prepared to search all those containers and monitor what's going out in the ships, but they need the backup from government, or they need that they would have some kind of authority? Do you think that we should? Do you think that maybe the governments are actually working on behalf of those groups who are actually trying to poach all these things?
Yes, I think unfortunately, because of the financial gain, the amount of money that exchanges enhance, a lot of people are influenced into this, including government members. The guys that we entrust to do the searching at the customs, at the airports, at the harbors, they will definitely be influenced and enticed into conducting illegal activities, letting shipments in. And then there's also the diplomatic problem, where we have the immunity. Government members traveling internationally and claim to be a diplomat and have ease of access, so nobody stops them to search them, nobody confiscates anything, and they just have free flow of passage, basically from one country to another, which gives them a great opportunity to take advantage of smuggling wildlife or any other illegal products internationally.
So basically, what are the things that can be done within this context when you've got a government who's working with the baddies, possibly? What can you do at all that could stem this terrible tide of extinction process?
Yeah, that's something that everybody has to work together, very closely together, support each other. I think unfortunately there's always going to be that rotten apple in the bag that's going to also affect everybody else, or a lot more other people. It's definitely going to be a new approach. I'm not too sure exactly how to answer this question. What is going to be the best way to prevent this from continuing, because it is happening. But the visual policing, the gathering of intelligence, and just the basic general support from private organizations, NGOs, professionals in the industry who understand the current situation, and get the point across that we need to act now in order to stop all wildlife illegal activities, as these continue to have a knock-on effect on everything else that we do, and of our survival as humankind.
So if you were to be able to administer a truth drug, which I believe that does exist, which would compel people to tell the truth, or alternatively a lie detector test, which we use all the time routinely, and if people who were actually working as operatives for the bad boys, therefore were to reveal themselves without their realizing that they are, would that be of much help in your field?
Absolutely. Interesting question. A couple of years ago, a lot of private sector game reserves, and including national parks, I believe, started using these lie detector tests. Basically, as you conduct an interview for a new staff member to join your team, they will undergo a lie detector test. And what this test will give to us is basically we will have an understanding of if this person is trustworthy. Has this person ever been involved in any illegal activity? specifically with wildlife poaching. Have they ever supported it? Do they know anybody who is directly involved? Do they know any members on the park? So yes, I think that this can help. It can. It's intelligence. So basically, it gives us a bit of a pre-warning before we start signing contracts and offering people permanent positions that will have the opportunity to be around these endangered wildlife species on a daily basis and have access to very sensitive and personal information about the whereabouts of the wildlife. So the lie detector tests definitely help, but I'm not sure if they can be technically used to prevent somebody from continuing a current job position. So if you were to conduct a lie detector test with a current employee, I do not think that you could use that in the court of law, depending on what answers, what information you got back from the results of the test.
Well, that's one thing that we could change. We could change the legislation that says that lie detector tests are not a reason for dismissal or for non-hiring.
Yes.
That would certainly help, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes. Now, the thing that it seems very much is that you've got a lot of money on the side that are bent on getting rid of all the species, and you've got not sufficient money, or you have got some money, but you have got a lot of hands being tied behind the back of those people who want to spend money on saving the ecosystems and the wildlife.
Correct. There's a huge amount of money involved, especially from, should we say, the bad side, the organized criminal syndicates. They have access to billions of US dollars, and we are trying to fight this fight, which is costing us, the state, the government, and the private sector, huge amounts of money to try and counter this poaching. So the organized crime units definitely have an upper hand, and we need to work more closer together and collaborate in order to have these funds become more effective. A lot of private agencies are also trying to claim a status. So if they are to make an arrest of a rhino poacher, it looks very good for their organization and they get the claim to fame. So I think one of the major aspects that we can do to conserve wildlife and to prevent and try to control wildlife trafficking needs to start internationally from the east, and we need to work closer with the governments. We need more and more support from our local government agencies, including the international ones. And then what we need to do is also continue, as we are currently doing, is with education in these countries, because they do not have the same wildlife species we have. So they do not have a great understanding of the necessity of these animals and why they are so important. So from a government perspective, collaboration, interaction between international governments, support from the educational side of it, and more resources within South Africa. So with laws, we need to strengthen as many political laws as possible to have lengthier sentences. If we could have a minimum of a 20-year sentence, depending on the crime of the activity of the wildlife poaching, I think that this will act as a very good deterrent to future poachers and organized crime units, that the government of South Africa is taking a responsible and a very direct action against illegal wildlife activities. There are a number of other resources that we could use in order to counter the poaching that we lack in. Most of the time it's very huge, vast areas that we are trying to patrol in with wilderness areas, so virtually zero access by vehicle, or everything is only accessible by foot. So operating with light aircraft, fixed-wing airplanes and helicopters would help amazingly towards countering poaching and covering huge spaces of land in a short period of time, which could save on a lot of financial resources and funding.
What about operating at night? Is that difficult?
Operating at night is extremely difficult. We do not fly the helicopters at night because we have electrical wiring coming across the reserves from Eskom. We operate on foot during night patrols. We also utilize night vision, military night vision optics in order to counter poaching and prevent an incursion of poachers and anti-poaching rangers running in and having confrontation. It's also very good to illuminate wildlife. As I mentioned before, there's a potential threat from the wildlife that we are trying to protect ourselves. Rhino and elephant, lion, buffalo, these are all quite a major threat, especially at night time. So yeah, we need to continue 7 days a week, 24 hours a day to try to counter this poaching.
I want to zoom back out from the ground and go up to the level of an institutional investor. Ole Sorensen is here with us today. He's the Chief of Strategy and Research of ATP, which is one of the Danish very large institutional investors in this space.
The dialogue between the policy community and the investment community is so weak, I simply do not get it. Kyle and Nick was on the AGF, the advisory group on climate finance set up by the General Secretary of the United Nations earlier this year to sort of, at least starting, sort of chart this territory for us. I think that's a major achievement, but if you look at it from sort of a little greater distance, you could ask yourself, why did that happen in 2010? Why didn't it happen in 2005, 2002? I don't know. We need strong policy commitments. That would be the key message you will hear from any institutional investor around the world. We need clear and sustainable long-term policy commitments. Because if we do not have this kind of commitment, institutional investors cannot do what they're supposed to do as investors. They cannot engage with companies on their climate development or climate strategies. They cannot engage with companies on a discussion on how to go about climate risk and make use of climate opportunity. And it's very, very difficult for us to go into the kind of utility investments and other kind of public type investments in developing countries that are related to climate change. You cannot pay your way out of float policies. You simply cannot do that. You may be able to do that, but it takes a lot of money. It may actually be cheaper to get policies right than trying to pay your way out of this.
What's the future of carbon trade and carbon finance?
You have to have confidence in where people are going. The European Declaration for 20% reduction 1919 to 2020 is, I think, credible. I'd like it to be a bit more credible. I'd like it to be 30%. But these are the kinds of things that we have to look for in building that confidence.
One is, I don't think we will see the international agreement. It would be very good. We have actually a working group in the UK thinking about, couldn't we as business community go ahead and simply shadow price carbon? Shell is doing that in some respects. 25 is too low. But so maybe even there, what I call about the coalitions of like-minded businesses, we should explore that. But yes, we need that carbon price, but we are not on a very good track at the moment. And you are living in the US, you know what I'm talking about.
The ideas are about the alternative route. It's very important that people understand the risks, but if it's just frightening people, it's not going to get anywhere. Those ideas have to be about what we can do and why it's attractive. And behind the ideas will be examples. It's the power of the example, I think, that will give us particularly something to express. The Industrial Revolution will be in large measure in agriculture. It will be everywhere. And we have to be able to show to people what's going on. University teachers like myself have a job to do. Particularly journalists have a job to do.
Thank you for the presentations. Thank you for calling for an industrial revolution. I believe it's highly welcome. We need it. But I'm missing one element. We do not only need an industrial revolution. We need a revolution in people's minds. We need people to accept the possibility that we go through another revolution. And there are elements in our society that need to support this process, I believe. We have come from a guilt and sin-oriented society, and the churches have played a tremendous role in this. And we need to be based on creativity. We need to employ the engagement of all the people that can participate in this revolution. And that is the majority. The main investment we have to do is not financial, I believe. It is human. How do you want to motivate humans to participate, to believe that this is a future-oriented process?
Thank you. We cannot wait for governments to move on this. We are moving forward. We are going to invest $1 billion in countries around the world that have proactive environmental standards. Where are you investing and how are you going about it?
We're announcing, OPIC is announcing today, as part of the U.S. government's and the President Obama's commitments to Copenhagen and to Fast Start, an initiative that we hope will raise $1 billion in new financing for climate change related investments in emerging markets. And specifically, next week on December 15th, we'll be doing a global call for proposals for equity funds interested in investing in the sector climate change related finance, meaning all kinds of renewable energy, wind, solar, geothermal, waste to energy, that's for you, as well as the infrastructure for other kinds of natural resources like water, agriculture, land, etc. OPIC itself will put in at least 300, we hope more, $1 million to support the equity funds that compete successfully in this. And we think this is a very exciting thing. It will be the largest commitment that OPIC has made in the sector to date, and it will be one of the largest initiatives that the US government has put forth to support climate change mitigation in emerging markets to date too.
Social security reform, China, as you said, doesn't overpromise, it overperforms. But I truly believe that with this Leadership Now 12-year plan, and the way you do it in other fora, I was involved when we created the G20 among finance ministers, but China very much understood, but the systemic significance comes systemic responsibility, that China will also take the next step now beyond the admirable progress back home of leading internationally in its very wise and long-term way. The world needs that, and China will look good. MRV, for example, I understand China is now more amenable because you will look much better than the Americans and others when these things are measured. Again, as a personal impression and being close to the dialogue that takes place in the party and in China, I hope this next step will come with the next leadership change.
I think we've shifted in the business community, in the finance community. We talk about opportunity. We see the size of this, multi-trillion-dollar market, as Richard Branson talked about yesterday. But it's very difficult to frame the question of opportunity when you're talking in developing countries with people who feel that they have not been at the table, that they've had no stake in how they ended up where they are, and for whom this is a debate about existence. It's about the way in which their families are going to survive, and it's the way in which they can even have an aspiration for their kids and for their kids' kids. And so I think that in the past, the language of risk was off-putting to business. The sort of public policy language didn't allow the private sector. The private sector has taken the debate, talked about opportunity, but now that opportunity sticks in the claw, really, of those who still feel that they're not really at the table and don't have a stake in the future. I think language gets in the way, and especially at the international level. And so it's at the national level, it's at the community level where you start seeing people starting to build, a shared vision of the future. For political leaders, then I think it's how do you imagine what the future looks like? And I think some of the work that actually happened before Copenhagen and after Copenhagen, helping political leaders imagine what a decarbonised economy looks like in their country in the next 20 years. That is not an easy thing to do. And that's the conversation then that has to take place between political leaders and people with the business community part of it. So again, it's going to be a bottom-up story. You're not going to get a shift in language and an idiom that expresses and embraces how this is everybody's shared right. That's not going to happen at the international level. It's going to be a bottom-up shift in language to represent the ethic that you talk about.
Thank you, Rachel.
Take a few minutes to basically make a bridge from accelerating capital through to making mass change with information and communication. Basically, there's three driving beliefs here, and we've heard them from the panels previously. It's a job too complex for governments alone. Businesses have to act. It's the economic opportunity of our generation to sort this, and actually we need to dive into sectors in order to make the solutions real. So, it's not for governments alone. It's been said that there's three souffles that have to rise together: policy, capital, and technology, in order to make a working marketplace to solve this problem. Policy is a necessary but insufficient condition to get things done, and technology is arguably not the bottleneck. So we have to focus on capital and moving capital in. Can we afford it? We've heard this before as well. We can afford it. The climate wealth opportunity. The left side of the cost curve basically shouldn't be there. This is opportunities that make money on existing situation. A price on carbon, better policy, all that does is move that x-axis up. So where's this capital coming from? Estimates from Spring Ventures. There's $300 billion of philanthropic capital out there allocated. 18,000 billion of government money, but $125 trillion of private money. So we think we know where this capital is coming from. How much do we need? 550 billion a year, it's been said by Bloomberg and NEF and others. It's less than 1%. So less than 1% of private capital allocations have to shift to all the opportunities on the left side of the cost curve you've just seen. Sectors that matter though. We have to dive into the sectors. Where you find the sectors is where you find the market failures, where you find the reasons that capital are being blocked, and where you find the co-benefits in order to get out of that situation and move forward and accelerate capital into those markets. So take shipping, and that's a preview of our announcement that will actually be coming in full tomorrow at COP, but we wanted to preview to the delegates here and some of you who may not be joining us in the halls tomorrow. Diving into the sector like shipping. Take shipping. It's 1 billion tons of CO2. If it was a country, it would be the 6th largest country in the world, in between Germany and Japan. On a SOx, NOx and PM level, it's even worse. One large ocean-going vessel pollutes the same as 50 million cars in SOx terms. 15 large ocean-going vessels are polluting the same in SOx as the entire world stock of cars right now. This is a sector that can get better. Even though it's the most efficient form of transport for goods, it can get better. And luckily, it can get better economically too. DNV have done their own cost curve just within shipping. There are dozens of technologies that can be fitted to the modern fleet. Retrofitted, hull coatings, software, others, and they all have short paybacks, many under 3 years on a 25-year asset. The ship of tomorrow could look very different from the ship of today. Information is the market failure in shipping. It's very hard for the actors to tell a good ship from a bad ship, a clean ship from a dirty ship. So what do? We go to the innovators in the industry. It's been heard, we don't need consensus in order to drive change. We need a few leaders on the supply side that say, hey, I want the market to signal who's a good ship and who's a bad ship. And so the industry can put a sticker on the side of every ship. A to G, those in Europe, you're familiar with this sticker on the side of your fridge freezers and on the side of your apartments. And get the industry to say, we want this to happen. It doesn't need everyone, it just needs the market to pull ahead. And on the demand side, imagine the actors can do a Google search on vessels, find a vessel, and then effectively give you the online equivalent of a sticker on the side of every ship. That's our announcement tomorrow, but imagine what can actually happen with this. What can the Port of Los Angeles do with an A-grade ship? Give it an incentive. What can the brand, like Marks & Spencer's or Nike, do with this information? And what can an innovative ship owner like Maersk do, displaying their wares against their competitors? This is a huge opportunity for the market to solve climate change. So, the key point is, this can be done. Businesses must step up and take responsibility. This is the economic opportunity of our generation, and we can't afford it. And sectors matter. We have to dive in. We've got to find out what the market failures are by sector, pull the industry along. The industry doesn't have to act in consensus. Innovators can lead, and that's where we'll find the co-benefits, and that's how we'll solve it.
Only having brought a lot of light to the issue, but also having addressed it in a very positive tone, that we need to address this with respect to the language change that we need to implement to win hearts and minds. At the end of the day, there is no planet B. We may go through life with a plan A and a plan B and a plan C, but there is no planet B. This is the one, and we make a difference. Thank you so much and good morning.
It seems to me that this message from WMO carries with it from the part of policy, and we have made an enormous effort over the years to bridge the gap between science and policy and bring them closer and closer together, because policy must follow science. But it seems to me that from the point of policy, what it calls for is for two characteristics that could seem to be contradictory but are not. One of the characteristics is urgency, and the other one is the gradual nature of the response. Let me explain why these two characteristics are actually not contradictory. The urgency comes from the data that we have just seen, and the urgency is actually to get, as soon as possible, hopefully within this decade, within the next 10 years, to the turning point or the tipping point of where globally, not just in one country, but globally, we would be able to get to global peaking. That means to the maximum level of greenhouse gas emissions per year, and then begin a rapid descent. So the urgency of action, the urgency of getting to the tipping point, I think has been loudly called for by the data that has just been shared. But the other characteristic that must also be understood, and that does not contradict the urgency, is the gradual nature of the decarbonization process. So even when we are able to get to that tipping point, to that inflection point, in which we would get to the maximum level of greenhouse gas emissions, then it will also take a certain period of time to be able to decarbonize the development pathways, in particular developing countries, because they are the ones that are going to have most of the growth in population, most of the growth in energy demand. So it will take time.
As you see pictured here, this is a volcanic carbon dioxide vent, and it's a naturally high carbon dioxide system. Similarly, upwelling regions are naturally high carbon dioxide systems. So today's upwelling regions can provide a window into what future marine communities will look like. To understand upwelling, you can imagine the ocean as a layer cake. So we have deeper layers and we have surface layers. In upwelling regions, those layers are disrupted, and you have your deeper water being brought up to the surface. This deep water is cold and nutrient rich, which supports high fisheries production. However, the water is also high in carbon dioxide, which means it's low in pH, it's more acidic, and it's also low in oxygen. I'm a graduate student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I live near an important upwelling region off of California. This upwelling region supports many productive fisheries that support our economy, as well as recreational fishermen. So where are the upwelling regions of the world, and is there an upwelling region next to your coastline? The ones that I'll be focusing on today are the eastern boundary current regions and the equatorial upwelling region, and you see those circled on the map. And these upwelling regions support productive fisheries around the world, for example, on things like sardines and anchovies. And we see fishermen in Mexico, here in Peru, in Chile, in Namibia, in India, and then also in the US, depending on these productive fisheries in these upwelling regions. So we need to focus on upwelling regions because they both provide a window into what future marine communities will look like if the ocean becomes more acidic and less oxygenated, but also because right now they're very important economic areas, and because they may be vulnerable to changes in ocean acidification because they're already naturally low pH areas. From ocean acidification experiments, we know that there are certain marine organisms that are vulnerable to ocean acidification. These are calcifying mollusks and corals, and they have a harder time building their calcium carbonate shells under these lower pH conditions. In modern day upwelling ecosystems, we do see calcifying mollusks such as oysters and mussels. However, reef-building corals are found in very few upwelling systems today. Furthermore, in upwelling ecosystems, you don't just have to worry about acidification. We mentioned that the characteristics of that water is that it's also very low in oxygen. And this is important because some of the groups that we've seen in studies to be more resistant to low pH conditions, so not as vulnerable to ocean acidification, are the same groups that are very vulnerable to low oxygen. And so in these conditions, fish and crustaceans will be impacted by both stressors, the low oxygen and the low pH. For my PhD, I'm interested in these multi-stressor effects on bottom communities. And particularly I'm interested in how pH change and oxygen change and temperature change affect bottom fish communities off of California. Although we've talked about how upwelling areas are naturally high carbon dioxide, more acidic areas, they're not immune to the effects of ocean acidification. And in fact, ocean acidification has been observed in multiple upwelling areas. And with the changes in chemistry that have been observed, we've also seen negative impacts on calcifying mollusks. The consistent findings are that things like oysters and mussels and pteropods and abalone are being negatively impacted by these declining pH conditions in upwelling systems. We also see changes in community composition. In these areas where pH has declined, you see shifts from calcifying mussels making up your community to more fleshy algae making up your community. So we're seeing real community shifts. And these community shifts and these biological changes, they're not just great for scientists to talk about, but they're affecting a lot of people economically. In the Northeast Pacific, in Washington and Oregon, the oyster hatcheries have experienced a lot of economic costs from this because their larval oysters are dying from the declining pH conditions in the water off their coast. So animals in upwelling areas are going to be increasingly vulnerable because they'll be experiencing these multiple stressors. In the future, they'll be experiencing more acidic surface waters, more acidic upwelled waters, increasing surface temperatures, and then also decreasing oxygen levels. And we really need to think about the impacts of ocean acidification from the cellular and organismal physiology to the greater level of populations and communities of marine organisms, and then to the food web, because it's a healthy food web that sustains our fisheries. And the US is doing a great job monitoring ocean acidification off of our coasts. What about other developing countries like Mexico and Namibia and India that just don't have those same resources but are in these really important upwelling regions? Since upwelling regions are so economically important, we have to think about how ocean acidification is interacting with other climate stressors to affect these marine communities. And I leave you with this take-home message that some of our most productive fishing areas may be the ones most vulnerable to the impacts of ocean acidification.
I'm Ian Keith, I'm with Avaz, and I'm here today to tell you why I'm excited about what's happening outside of this process, and in particular with regards to the long-term goal and the context that it has in the broader world. I'm excited because I feel like 2014 has been what we would describe as a turning point year. Some of the facts on the ground to support that. One, people power has dramatically risen to meet the climate crisis. In September this year, we saw the largest ever political mobilization by citizens on the climate issue. Over 670,000 citizens around the world taking to the streets, calling on leaders to do more. In the wake of the People's Climate March, we've seen 1,000 cities around the world, in 1,000 cities around the world, over 1,000 citizens start local campaigns calling on their mayors to go 100% renewable energy. Also, we've got a 2.2 million signer petition for the phase out of carbon emissions and the phase in of 100% renewables, which is part of a core advocacy ask of civil society, certain civil society groups going into Paris. So this, one of the things that has been lacking for the past couple of years is that really strong showing of broad public support, and this year we've really laid that foundation for it. The second thing that's particularly exciting is that the renewable energy revolution seems to be becoming unstoppable. I'm sure most of you saw the news yesterday that E.ON, one of the largest utility companies in Europe, is kind of turning its back on its coal and gas sectors. The IPCC has said clearly we have to phase out fossil fuels. Finance institutions like the Bank of England, HSBC and Citibank are all doing investigations into the risk of the carbon bubble. And finally, Germany in a single day this year got 75% of its renewable energy, of its electricity from renewable energy sources. The renewable energy revolution is no longer a distant dream. It's actually happening. And the final thing I'd like to say, that's a supporting fact on the ground that really tells this story that we're entering into a turning point on climate change, is that it's becoming clear that 100% renewables and 100% cleaner energy actually doesn't just save the planet, it saves money. Economists are saying if we take action now, we'd save $3 billion a year by 2030. Lower energy use means lower energy bills and lower emissions. And of course, organizations like Avance, which are based in New York, experience firsthand the incredible costs associated with cleaning up climate disasters like the fallout from Hurricane Sandy. So just to close it out, I think what we're seeing outside of these talks is a lot of momentum, both public and in the economic sector and in the scientific sector. There is a real feeling that things are achievable. What that is yet to translate into is concrete political will in these talks and continue this trajectory towards an unstoppable, clean and renewable energy future. And I think people are going to be there every single step of the way.
So I want to start out reminding ourselves about the orbiting satellite fleet that NASA has to study the Earth, and in particular some of the things that are relevant to studies of atmospheric carbon. This represents NASA's research satellites, so it doesn't include the satellites of our operational partners in the U.S. or our international partners. And you get a reminder here about the global coverage that the satellites have. Most of them are traveling 700 to 900 kilometers above the Earth at 7 kilometers a second. They go around the Earth 14 to 16 times a day, so every 90 to 100 minutes. So it gives us the ability to look at the Earth in unprecedented detail. And some of the sensors are specifically designed to look at atmospheric carbon, like OCO2, stands for Orbiting Carbon Observatory, and of course OCO is the molecular structure of carbon dioxide. And then you'll get some other satellites that will also provide information. The Aqua satellite has the EARS instrument that measures carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide, but OCO2 was a new satellite that was just launched this summer, specifically focusing on carbon dioxide. And of course, a lot of the satellites look at the Earth's surface, so we can obtain information about the vegetation, both terrestrial vegetation and the phytoplankton in the ocean that are responsible for the emission and uptake of CO2. And when we look at the land surface properties, one can understand where the sources of methane are. So we have the ability to relate what's going on in the atmosphere to what's taking place on the surface of the Earth. So, and I'll try to say specifically about some of the kinds of things that we're looking at and the sensors that help us do them. The next imagery shows the Earth's biosphere. This uses 7 years of sequence data, and you've got both the terrestrial biosphere, which is the sort of the green to brown, and then you've got the green biosphere, which is the blue to red. So it's very quickly going through a year here, so you can see the seasonal cycle. And see the areas in the tropics. The cycle certainly is not as significant as it is in the extratropics when you go to high northern latitudes where part of the year is snow covered, and then you can see the vegetation other times. But if you're going to be thinking about atmospheric carbon, it's really valuable to think about the biosphere, because that is where you have emissions and uptake of CO2. From the vegetation. Next, of course, is a reminder that there's also a human component to the atmospheric carbon cycle, especially in terms of activities that we do in terms of burning fossil fuels, as well as changing land cover. So in this case, the night lights, and this uses the EARS instrument of what the Suomi NVP satellite that was launched in 2011. You see where you've got large concentrations of people and large concentrations of with industrial, residential, commercial development, because if you don't have people, you don't have development, you're not going to get the nightlights there. So you see the big cities, you can see some other areas where you've got a lot of activity going on, in areas where there's commercial fishing. You can see the lights from the ships that they have for the people working on it. But so those two things in terms of the biosphere and where humans are, that's what's going to be driving the carbon that you see in the atmosphere. So next is shows a little more of the connection. This shows the seasonal cycle in the vegetation index. That's sort of in the green, coming from MODIS instrument for the Tabernacle satellites, and it shows mid-tropospheric CO2 from the AIRS instrument aboard the Aqua satellites. And if you look at it carefully, you can see the seasonal correlation between the two, because when the biosphere is growing, it can take CO2 out of the atmosphere, and when it's not photosynthesizing, it's expiring, the CO2 gets back in. The AIRS CO2 is it's mid-troposphere, so it's not as directly connected to what's going on at the surface as it might be. And since CO2 has it's a long-lived, well-mixed gas, the gradients are fairly small. So like in this case, if you look at it, the range for the CO2 is 365 to 380 some odd parts per million. So if you look at it, 375 plus or minus about 10, so it's plus or minus about, say, 3%. So you're really looking at some small variations, but there is a correlation that one can see. Next shows some longer-term distribution of carbon dioxide. And what it does is it shows the sort of iconic Mauna Loa CO2 graph, where you can see the seasonal cycle that's superimposed on the steady growth. But then the AIRS mid-tropospheric CO2 will grow over this time period. So here you're looking at about plus or minus 7 or 8%, so that as the time goes on, you're seeing it going from colorless to green to yellow and red. So you've got the AIRS was launched in 2002, and it's on the Argo satellite. It's still going there. You can see a little atmospheric gradient, but this just shows that what's going on in the surface obviously connects to what's going on in the middle of the troposphere, and you can really look at that. This is one of the best cited curves that one uses for all studies of climate. You can probably go to this meeting and see that the Mauna Loa chart coming from the ground-based measurements carried out at the observatory there by NOAA. Lots of times you'll see that here. Next shows another carbon-containing molecule in the atmosphere. This is carbon monoxide. This is also mid-troposphere measured with the AIRS instrument or the Aqua spacecraft. And what you see here is the concentration going in terms of its column amount. And so it's a bigger range. You're going from 0 to 4 with sort of yellows and reds being in the 3 to 4 in the appropriate units. And you see that when you've got big signals, it's against a smaller background, whereas the CO2, well-lived and well-mixed, the gradients were much smaller. So that the main areas where you're getting large amounts in mid-troposphere, where you've got fires that you get incomplete combustion, so that's where you get the CO, and the fires lift things up, and that's where it gets into the mid-troposphere. And sometimes when it gets into the mid-troposphere, you can see that it gets transported over fairly long distances, even so that you can get a plume going from one continent to another. And this thing that you see here, we'll see in some model simulations, just how interconnected the atmosphere is, and remind ourselves that we're all breathing the same atmosphere. There's a model simulation for both CO2 and CO. It uses a high-resolution model that represents processes at the surface, processes in the atmosphere, using observations as far as one can, and then having the model transport and transform things, and so that the CO is sort of a shading, and the CO2 uses the colors. And again, they're looking at fairly small variations because it's about 3 or so percent, and the color scheme is such that you can really see some of the strong gradients that you get between the regions where the CO2 is emitted and transported, and you can see again the plumes that transport their way across. You can see where you've got emissions primarily from fires, and where you're getting the emissions from a lot of industrial activity. So you do see with this kind of color scheme, the interhemispheric gradient is clearer, and then the CO is a little bit harder to see, but CO especially is a product of the incomplete combustion comes from the fire. So we're now at the stage where we're getting to do the models with a high enough resolution that we can really look at some of the structures that are there in the atmosphere, and we work hard to try to find ways to relate the observations to the models. So at NASA, we can use the observations for initializing models to help represent the processes in the models for quantitative evaluation, where we actually have observations to compare with models to do that, and in some cases to produce reanalyses of assimilated data sets. Another model, simulation, high resolution model, and this shows some of the atmospheric aerosols, as well as shows where fires are, because fires are responsible for putting particles into the atmosphere and putting trace gases like the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide that one said. And then you can also get carbon-containing particulates in the atmosphere, primarily from the areas where you've got a lot of burning. But the aerosols are different kinds. So orange is the minimal desert dust that blows off the large deserts. Blue, that you'll see more in the southern hemisphere, is sea salt. White represents the sulfate aerosols, that especially comes from burning of coal. And then the green represents black carbon, organic carbon that comes from areas of biomass burning or other fires, and then you get the sense of the fires where they are here. So other times when we're thinking about the carbon in the atmosphere, we think about the gas phase carbon, CO2, and carbon monoxide, and also methane, but then you've also got particulate carbon, and that can have climatic effects as well.
Hello and good morning, and welcome to Mother Channel. My name is Jason Sol, reporting for the ENN Network. It's a beautiful Sunday. Going to cover some stories that came out this week, but there's actually been some really nice summary stories that came out this week. On Friday, I released a video update that was relating to the basic mechanics of climate change. We received a lot of very positive support from that. We also received some negative kind of feedback from people that are clearly deniers of climate change, or rather non-believers in the concept of climate change. I tried my best in the previous update to kind of bring them into a state of reality. So I'm going to address today, first of all, some of the news, and maybe you've heard it or maybe you haven't, but I urge you to check it out for yourself. I'd like to challenge anybody watching this movie. Go onto Google and Google extreme weather news, and you will find out for yourself exactly what sort of extreme weather, which always is the frontal kind of shift in a varying climate. But go Google extreme weather, see for yourself what is happening all over the world. The events are simply catastrophic. California is in its longest drought that it's ever had, to the point of where, you know, so far 66 million trees have been reported as dying. You know, these trees, obviously, they become a fire hazard. You've already seen the raging fires that are going on inside of California, in specific in the Sierra Nevada. In addition to this, in Phoenix, an aeroplane couldn't land because the tarmac was actually starting to melt due to extreme temperatures that were being experienced in Sierra Nevada, all across the United States, all across India, most of Asia, here in Southern Africa. You had temperatures reaching over 50 degrees, 50 degrees and above. This is almost a continued kind of problem, month in and month out. In Karachi in Pakistan, they're experiencing such water shortages that the intensity of what's going on there is actually forced for the first emergence of what we're going to call climate refugees. These are people that are fleeing a certain area because the climate has shifted so dramatically for so long that they are no longer able to exist in a previously known area of existing, in this case Karachi, Pakistan. They're saying that it's applying massive political pressure, it's applying massive human misery. In Ethiopia, they're back to having one of the longest droughts they've ever had in 50 years. This is also implied in terms of famine. The tornado season is just warming up in the United States, but for the first time China starts experiencing tornadoes. Tornadoes are being experiencing earlier and earlier, almost year on year, every single month, for the last year and a half, a new climate record has been broken almost everywhere in the world. Most of Europe has been experiencing flood after flood after flood. It's becoming like the new normal. And yet you still have people that run around thinking, hey, well, we can be okay like this. We can carry on doing exactly what we do and be okay like this. Well, I got some news for you. I mean, Einstein once said that the moment that bees die off, that within the space of 5 years, most humans will die off too. And I'm not sure of the exact phrasing, was actually something similar to that. And the reason why he said that is because bees are a corner key species, meaning that their pollination ability is it's unbeatable. The bees pollinate more flowers than almost any other living species. With the loss of bees, you lose the pollination. Now, a new report coming out trying to first of all find out why all those bees are dying all over the world, because bees are dying all over the world. But they also seem unable to locate their food source, their pollination source. And it has just been shown that they're failing to find their pollination source simply due to the volume of air pollution that is in the atmosphere. Bees are the tiny micropollutants that are associated with carbon monoxide have had such an extreme reaction to bees that it is confusing them. They're unable to smell where they're going. They're unable to signal to the rest of the hive where to find the pollen. And this is causing a mass dieback in terms of bees. On top of this, then you have the added kind of negative that comes from Monsanto's drive towards nicotine-based kind of fertilizer, nicotine-based pest control, and the impact that it's had on bees. In many countries around the world, it's been made illegal, so you're no longer allowed to use nicotine-based kind of pesticides on crops. But still, the impact that it had on the bees as a species is dramatic and huge. Now, mussels, which is a common kind of food dish that people have from all over the world, it has now just been shown that due to the increasing acidity of the water, due to the increasing temperature of the water, that mussels will likely be off the menu of the world within 85 years. Now, that may seem like a long period of time, but understand, it doesn't, you have mussels every single day up until 85 years, in which case they dramatically fall off. It is a slow deterioration of mussels all around the world until you get to the point that it is no longer commercially viable to actually harvest mussels for the table because it's just too expensive. So I want you to consider something now. If you look at it, you've got all of these extreme kind of events that are happening. But you're not hearing about it on any other channel. I mean, you hear about it on my channel, but you're not hearing about it on any other channel. You hear every now and then, hey, there was a flood there, or hey, there's a raging wildfire there. But the fact is that something is happening. Now, it just happens that it corresponds with an increase in global temperatures. News reports that came out saying that we're no longer able to keep the global temperature between 1.5 to 2 degrees. This is serious news. It's serious. but it was never reported anywhere else. It's basically reported here and to those scientists that actually took the time to go ahead and read it. And so I wondered to myself, why? Like, why is it that it's not covered? What is the problem here? And then I remember a couple of words that my producer doesn't really want me to talk about, but I think I'm going to just use it anyway. And that is that a lot of people seem to think one of three things. First of all, that climate change is somehow a hoax. That climate change was some kind of fraud perpetuated by Al Gore. And third, that climate change is some kind of means of taxing the population. It's a means of further redistributing wealth, your wealth, to the rest of the population. And so, I want to be honest with you, there's only one real fraud or hoax going on here. And that is the fraud that we still believe we can keep polluting. We can keep running around with oil-based and carbon-based kind of fuel sources and keep polluting, and it's going to have zero effect. And if you consider it, when you watch anything, you know, whether it's Al Jazeera or whether it's CNN or anything else for that matter, you're not going to get told that, hey, you know, what you're doing here, this big industry that's worth multi-billions and trillions of dollars, these Saudi princes that drive around merely because they found oil below the ground, do you honestly think they are going to allow national mainstream media to report on the fact that their product, their wealth is derived from the destruction of your environmental future? Do you really think that's going to happen? Of course it's not going to happen. Is that a fraud? I've never in my life heard of a more clear-cut case of fraud. Is it a hoax? It is a hoax for us to believe that we can actually carry on doing this. We cannot carry on doing this. We cannot carry on destroying the planet and thinking there is, you know, absolutely zero effect that is going to happen to us. Because it is definitely going to happen. And if you just start Googling, spend a bit of time actually researching before trolling people that actually have been researching, go out and find out for yourself. Read it up for yourself. We're not making it up here. We are merely reporting on it because nobody else seems capable of doing it. Now, another concept that I've also been thinking about is that a lot of people seem kind of afraid of the idea of what it means to be environmentally sane. And this will address that final point that I made in terms of whether or not it's some kind of wealth redistribution program or some kind of hoax perpetuated by the government to further tax you further. I'm going to give you a picture of what the world could potentially be. Okay? And it's you know, for some of you it's going to be like, oh no, it's a hoax. It's not a hoax. The world is actually not a bad place. People seem to have the concept that somehow, merely because we want things to be done environmentally, that your world is going to change. You've got to go put feathers and shells in your hair, and that everyone's got to go get bongo drums, and they've got to go sit and watch the sun go down while chanting and playing their bongo drums on the beach. And nothing can be further from the truth. What we are referring to here is a variation in the way that business is done. A variation in the way that you are done. You see, my concept for you is very difficult for a lot of very ignorant people to swallow. It's very difficult. And there's a lot of ignorant people out there that would prefer to believe really lame concepts. So I realized quite some time ago, almost 14 years ago, that it was impossible for me to change their minds. Ignorance is bliss in the truest sense of the word. They will run around blissfully denying everything, but the fact of the matter is that they're flawed, they're wrong. And I don't have to change their mind, and neither do you when you talk to them. The reality of what we're trying to do here is about changing the environment around people and not trying to change the person. And what does that mean? It means this. Let's evaluate business based upon the actual result set of that business. Let's take a company. So for argument's sake, I'm going to talk about coal in this instance, which is it's an easy target. So you've got a guy, he's got a coal mine, or he's gone and found a source where coal maybe can be found, okay? And what he does is he will then go and do all these geographic kind of surveys. He will establish the how big the vein is, and he will go and he will develop a business plan. He'll present that business plan to coal mining companies. The coal mining companies will assess that business plan based upon the viability of the extraction of that coal and the distribution of that coal into the marketplace and the wealth that can be accumulated from that. that. And for years, they can operate with a business model like this. Is it such a bad, crazy shift of idea? Is it so scary that we expect that a company that's primary business is polluting our atmosphere to have some kind of impact for polluting the atmosphere, for correcting the atmosphere? And as I said to somebody this morning, I said, you know what, it's not about another rubbish tax, that the government's just going to tax you and they're going to take money from these companies and nothing ever happens from it. The government will just put that tax money into their coffers and they'll sit back and give each other raises and have a nice day. It cannot be in that model. It has to be in a model in which the actual result sets of that company, the funds that come from that company, are driven directly towards cleaning up their product. Is that such a bad thing, that a company is actually responsible for the byproduct of their product? Is it such a bad thing that a company evaluates the viability of a business based on the ability to destroy the environment for not only them, but the entire world population around them? Is that so bad? Is it so difficult to do? Take a look at electricity. A lot of people they spoke about things, oh no, the whole green movement is really just about taxing us further so that they can build up these power stations and these renewable stations and increase the cost of our electricity to offset the money that they've spent on renewable energy. And in a way, they are 100% right. They are 100% right. Most countries, including my own country, are going to do that. They are going to build up these massive solar plants and they're going to keep billing people. You will keep paying. There will be no direct benefit, implied or inferred benefit, that is given to you. Can you pause quick? Okay, so my apologies, we were interrupted. I was talking about electricity. A lot of people seem to suspect that what will happen is the government, after making people pay extra for their electricity for putting up these big, beautiful, either wind farms or concentrated solar farms or solar, just general photovoltaic solar farms, that the government will keep charging them and increase their taxation merely due to the government's kind of role in wanting to be green and wanting to offset emissions. Now, albeit that the government needs to offset their emissions, and albeit that it is part of their role towards controlling emissions, so moving from a coal-fired power source into a renewable source, this is all really good and well. But it is dangerous for the people that are already struggling with high power bills. So what is the fix to this? Well, we've already seen the fix to this, and there's no reason why this fix shouldn't be done everywhere in the world. Here in South Africa, that we have exactly the same problem, okay? Our government wants to put up solar farms. In fact, our government has put up solar farms. And yes, they bought those solar farms from big, European countries for a far greater rate than what is probably required. And yes, even though we have these giant solar farms or big solar farms, no benefit or direct for the actual consumer of that power is received in any way. In fact, if anything, the price of our power has increased, and this is a fear that is happening all around the world. Again, back here in South Africa, our government then takes a look at its means of resolving this, and so what they do is they propose some R1 trillion, and it's a rand for us, but R1 trillion nuclear plants, which is actually insane. First of all, nuclear just takes forever to erect. It takes forever. There is never yet. In fact, I will be challenged. I challenge you to find me a single example of a single nuclear plant that is A, being delivered on time, and B, being delivered on cost, which means that the actual implied cost of what they're being offered is never realized at the end of the project. So, that's pretty much it for nuclear. If you consider how long it takes to put up nuclear, if you consider the amount of effort and energy that goes into just mining the uranium for nuclear, and then basically utilize that nuclear in terms of generating energy, and then the disposal of that kind of nuclear waste, I mean, it's a crazy concept. We're splitting an atom to boil water. That's essentially what we're doing. We're flash boiling water and we're basically driving turbines. But to come back to my point, the problem here has nothing to do with what the government does. The problem has to do with us. The government is under the illusion that they somehow own our grid. where nothing can be further from the truth. The grid belongs to the people. It does not belong to the government. All the infrastructure, installations, coal-fired plants, nuclear-fired plants, any means of generating electricity does not belong to the government. They are merely a short-term custodian of that facility. So the reality is that should the government then say, listen, I tell you what, instead of us continuing to build these ridiculously overpriced kind of nuclear plants, these ridiculously overpriced coal plants, what we're going to do is we're going to roll out renewable energy. And sure, renewable energy, if you go wind turbines, it requires a certain geographic location. There has to be wind. If you're putting up solar farms, obviously, it's got to be an area that's got a good solar energy density. But the reality is, and here's the trick is to ensure that the population receives the benefit of the free power. The government is no longer, once the farm is built and once it's maybe 2 years, 3 years, recovered the cost of that farm, the government should give the power to the people. It should. It should, because it's not costing them anything. They maybe have to run around every now and then and do a little cleanup. The power, the benefit of free energy needs to be given to the people, and it has been given to the people in some countries. In Chile, in Portugal, in Germany. In fact, in Germany, they make so much power, they actually had to pay people to utilize power. So the reality is that it's very much a viable concept. First assess business based on their direct impacts, then join a network of people and force the government to give us what is rightfully ours. If we put up solar and the power is free, give us our free power. And you see, the problem that government has, and I understand this is a problem, is that they make a lot of money from generating electricity for the grid. They make a lot of money. And in their minds, they fear the fact that by giving up that money, that they somehow are operating to the detriment of all the people that they've got employed. But the reality of what they're missing here is that companies and consumers that have had the benefit of that not paying that electricity in their pocket ultimately spend that same money within that economy, which means that there is additional taxation, first of all, on the spend. There is a greater opportunity for entrepreneurship for people that are selling services into the economy, and there's more wealth. Companies that are already struggling, people that are struggling, they can't afford electricity, are all of a sudden given the opportunity to have free electricity. And is this a hard concept? Is this a dangerous concept? Is this something that we need to be afraid of? I don't think so. If you take a look at food now, for argument's sake, so let's look at food. At the moment, you've got a whole lot of subsidized farms. And I'm not going to go into the whole political rubbish in relation to farmers' subsidies, etc. What I'm talking about is the viability of a farm. Now let's say that I'm able to grow something and I'm able to use very little water, but I have to use a hell of a lot of chemicals in order to make that thing grow. And I do that. Or I've genetically engineered this kind of seed to make that thing grow. And then the thing grows, okay? And then that food that gets harvested from that gets put on your table, and it gets put on your table at a cheap cost. Okay? But the chemicals that they used in order to achieve that growth, they get washed away into the water system, where some of them never, ever biodegrade. And for argument's sake, most are like a huge water aquifers that become absolutely polluted. And to the point that you're no longer able to drink it. So even though you're sitting there buying your cheap product, your cheap piece of veggie, your big oversized kind of cabbage, whatever you gets your thing going, the reality is that the cost of the production of that is damaging to the environment for everybody. For everybody. And now, so I could understand, look, if there's no other way, we've got to feed like 7 billion or 7.4 billion people. There's no other way, but there is. And the alternative to that is not advanced, it's not complex, it's extremely simple, and not only is it beneficial for people's health, but it actually is beneficial for absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and that's a simple organic principle of farming. Why is it that it's so easy for somebody that's going to grow with Monsanto, or somebody that's going to, you know, destroy a huge segment of the desert with you know, and putting crops there where crops shouldn't be, and draw water from an aquifer where it shouldn't be drawn, and use chemicals to keep it alive against pests? Why is it that he's easily able to obtain financing, easily able to get his product to market, yet somebody who is actually doing something beneficial, A, for the environment, B, for your health, because there's more nutrients inside of vegetables that are derived from an organic process, there's more benefit in terms of carbon sequestration from the atmosphere by keeping the microbes in the soil, there's more benefit from not having chemicals flushed away into our water system, ultimately ending up in the sea. There is only benefit. Why is it such a hard concept? Do you have to go put a shell in your hair? Do you have to go beat drums on the beach? No. You just merely have to do something that you're doing anyway, but just from a healthy perspective. Healthy not just for you, but healthy for the environment. Why is it that we keep thinking we can't have these things in a green economy? Why? It's madness. Then take a look at meat, for argument's sake. Okay, so we know something about meat. Okay, meat is delicious for those people that love meat. Okay, there's a lot of people that don't like meat. I personally like meat. But the fact is, do I have to stop eating meat now because I want to have a green economy? No. You don't have to stop eating meat. You can keep eating meat. The objective here is just to eat less. It's better for you anyway. It's healthier for you not to consume meat every day, and it's phenomenal for the environment. It's an incredible thing. And I'm not saying, hey, look, man, you know, you can't have meat every day. You can have meat twice a week. Yeah, well, why do you have to have meat every day? It's just making you fat. It's not good for you, and more importantly, it's not good for the environment. Is such a shift going to be problematic, that a green economy wants you to be healthy? Is that such a crazy idea that all these mechanisms, first of all judging a business, first of all putting in an electrical source that the benefit is given back to the people, first of all changing a farming area to the type rather, or methodology, to something that is good for you and good for the environment. Changing over to eating less meat that is also good for you and good for the environment. Is that so painful? Do we really have to have these ongoing insane debates about whether or not it's all some government fraud trying to take money from you? It isn't. It's just about doing something with your head. It's about conquering ignorance and taking a look at what possibilities there are as an alternative. I'll give you a good example here, and I've done this before. Let's imagine that you're a firm believer in no climate change, okay? Like climate change is all like a big lie and blah, blah, blah. All right. So I can't change your mind because you're just entrenched with the concept. You're just desperate to believe that everything is fine despite all news to the contrary. You're desperate to believe it. So let's say I don't change your mind. Let's say that we just shifted to the first example, okay? Where we're assessing a business based upon its green ability, its ability to clean up its own mess. So let's take a shopping complex for argument's sake. So inside of a shopping complex, person comes to the checkout, doesn't have any bags with him because he doesn't give a flying toss about the environment. So he picks up his package, shoves it in, puts it in the back of his car, and off he goes. Now, if we said to a shopping mall, if we said to shopping chains, we said, now listen, I understand that you have a need to providing plastic bags or plastic carrier bags for people, but we're going to tax you for it. Okay, and that tax is actually going to go towards investing in PET, which is biodegradable plastic, and that biodegradable plastic will be put inside of your store, and that's what you're going to have to do from that moment on. Instead of where you're able to buy these cheap oil-based bags, you're going to have to spend 10 cents more buying a biodegradable bag. Now, to the consumer, that guy that doesn't believe in climate change or anything else, to that consumer, there's no difference to him. There's no difference. He walks into the store, packs his stuff, throws his mess up into the air, does whatever he likes. But at the end of the day, I've changed that consumer merely by changing the environment around him. And all of these structures put in place for almost anything. Take a look at any packaging. What happens if we enforced a packaging shift based on its ability to biodegrade and the impact that would have not only on our oceans, where it's been widely reported about the microplastics that are in the water, retarding fish growth, destroying, vast tracts of ocean. I mean, why is it so bad to consider a concept in which we're actually responsible for our actions? Is that really that hard? Is it really that difficult? Don't think so. So I'd like you to, instead of approaching this movie or this clip or this interview that we did, or approaching last week's interview, instead of try and think about what you can do. Try and think about a new way for you to do something. And that doesn't mean, hey, I'm going to change it here myself and it makes no difference if everyone else changes. In a way, you're right. We need to make a wide change. And the only way we're going to get a wide change is when everybody is talking about it and everybody is deciding that is important. Think about it. In the US politics, as of today, we've only got Hillary and we've got Trump, okay? So Bernie is long gone, he's dead. When was the last time that we heard anything about the environment outside of Trump saying that he's basically going to cancel pretty much anything environmental Obama has done? But when have we heard about it? Why not? You know why not? It's because nobody's talking about it. And you know why no one's talking about it? Because right now, after watching this, I challenge you. Go switch on CNN, go switch on Al Jazeera, switch to any news channel you like. Tell me if you find anything that is related to the destruction that we are doing to this planet. It is possible that we can bring about a change, but that change comes from us, and it comes from you watching this, and it comes from us sharing it, comes from us talking about it, and it comes from us driving those people, those weirdos that drive around in the BMWs, that make decisions. It comes from them going, hey, these people are worried about the environment, and therefore in my speech that I give up kissing little babies and saying great things about myself, I'm going to start to say things like, I agree. We should make electricity free for people. We should put up PV and the benefits of that PV given back to people. We should make organic farming because it's good. And the moment that you have that synchronicity, that connection between the mass populace that is concerned and worried about what's going to happen to the planet, to the idiots that are basically making the decisions, all of a sudden you have change. And that change comes from you sharing my information, I'm sharing your information, and us talking about it. Talk about it. Talk about it to everybody that you know. You'll get a lot of people that will be ignorant fools, but talk about it. So I want to thank you for your time. It's a beautiful day here in Cape Town, and I hope it's a beautiful day wherever you are. And thank you for watching, and I look forward to hearing from you soon. Thanks.